Good evening, everyone. Are we ready to begin? All right, welcome to this meeting of your Pontiac City Council for November 19th, 2024. If you could vibrate or silence your phones, that would make everything great. We have called the meeting to order. Councilman Parker, you have the floor for this evening's invocation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our invocation this evening was given to us by Pastor Emeritus Kathy Dessereau.
Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That's not true.
We now, as a community, hold a moment of silence for those that we've recently, unfortunately, had to say goodbye to that have passed away. I'm just pulling up the latest names. Mary Jean Jackson, Judy Johnson, Jose Merle Jr., Pete Morgan, Mentry Pryor, Chuck Smith, Anton Thomas, and Virginia Williams. Please join us as a community for a moment of silence in their honor. Thank you. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on council members present.
Carrington.
Present.
Goodman. James.
Here.
Jones.
Present.
McGinnis.
Present.
Parker.
Here.
Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum is being established. Councilman Goodman is anticipated to come this meeting, just running a little late from work, so we don't need to move to excuse him. Quorum is established, though. Is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker, that we approve this evening's agenda as prepared and presented. Any discussion? Any motions? All right, hearing none, I want to flag for the community, including those that are present or watching at home. We have on the agenda tonight, one of the resolutions is resolution approving small business grant awards. I was contacted by the administration yesterday that they have requested to push back and postpone that decision, that it was not ready for council consideration. So the next scheduled city council meeting is December 3rd, Tuesday, December 3rd. So we, again, are ready to dispense of that action to consider and vote on the recommended finalists for the awards, but we need that to be able to move, consider, and then make a decision. So we will keep that on the agenda tonight just to discuss it, but there is no finished awards list for us to act on, so I don't want anyone to keep watching if that's the only thing you're waiting for. Any further discussion on the agenda before us? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the agenda as presented.
Carrington.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
The motion carries. The agenda is approved. We are now at the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt this evening's consent agenda? Is there a second?
Support.
What item?
The item is the resolution.
Good evening, Mayor.
The resolution in regards to Item D, I want to move.
I did not hear you. Other people were talking, but your microphone's not on.
I'm sorry, item D.
You want to remove that from the consent agenda?
Yeah, I want it to be put in the regular agenda.
Okay, so since a councilperson wants to discuss it, what's currently D in the consent agenda will become the new number 11, the final resolution before public comment. And that is a resolution prohibiting images or promotions of elected officials or candidates for office on the cover of city newsletters and mailings in 2025. So that leaves in the consent agenda A, B, and C, the city council workshop minutes from November 9th, the city council meeting minutes from November 12th, and a resolution approving purchasing from Insight Public Sector of the annual renewal of Adobe Cloud license for an amount not to exceed $12,224 from the state of Michigan My Deal Cooperative. That was moved by Councilwoman Rutherford to approve that consent agenda with those items. Was that a second, Councilwoman Jones?
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Not a debatable motion. Clerk Doyle, roll call and adoption of those consent agenda items.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda is approved. We are now at special presentations. The first item is an FYI for the community. Number one on the agenda, in our great city is a historic structure called Casa del Rey Apartments located at 111 Oneida Street. This last week, a groundbreaking ceremony was held because the renovation project, that $15 million renovation project of that historic apartment complex is moving forward, which is fantastic news for the city, for that neighborhood, for future residents, and for preserving our city's great history. So I want to make sure that the community knew about that development because we've, as a council, voted on certain aspects moving that project along, but I want to make sure you knew that good news was trucking forward. Any further discussion on Casa del Rey? Mayor Greimel.
Yeah, this is a really big deal. This is a major redevelopment project in one of our neighborhoods, and it's a beautiful historic property, as the council president indicated. I really want to give a lot of credit to Jill Robinson and County Treasurer Robert Wittenberg for their hard work getting this redeveloped, as well as our Economic Development Manager, Deborah Younger. This is a property that is in our neighborhood enterprise zone, which is one of the approaches that we've implemented to help to incentivize residential redevelopment, and we're thrilled about this project. It's one of many residential projects in the pipeline across the city. So this is definitely something to celebrate.
Any, Councilwoman Rutherford.
I think it's a great opportunity for us to cap more housing in this community, but most importantly, we can end up having a conversation about a possibility of pilots in the future, because the wave of the future is making sure we have affordable housing so that everybody can be accommodated. And so while I'm glad that we're using the brownfield, I'm glad that we're using all these extra amenities to make sure that this is accomplished. It is my hope that this administration moves towards doing pilots so that more housing can be done so that affordable housing will be affordable. That's all I got.
Thank you, and I want to salute Councilwoman Jones, who represents District 2. She was on hand since Oneida is a street in District 2 as well. Any further discussion on Casa del Rey? We will keep the community updated as that redevelopment project moves forward. And to echo Councilwoman Rutherford's point, we hope there's even more new housing developed, historic buildings converted for housing or renovated. It just is very positive for the city and the community when we have expanded, updated, and new housing in our great city. Hearing nothing further, we move to the second special presentation. Small Business Saturday is happening November 30th. The Tree of Hope lighting is happening December 6th. That's the first Friday in December, and then the first Saturday in December, it's the Holiday Extravaganza Parade, the Elf Run, the Winter Fun Festival, many different benefits for the community, and we want to make sure that everyone knows about it. Mayor Greimel, if you want to have the floor and introduce your team.
Thank you. We have with us our events coordinator, Robin C., who worked tirelessly this past summer, putting on a lot of great events, including the very popular Music in the Parks event series. We're now in a little bit of a slower period for events, but we're ramping up for Holiday Extravaganza. And the night before Holiday Extravaganza, the annual tree lighting on the corner of the 50th District Court property. So we're very excited about this event as well as Small Business Saturday, and I know Small Business Saturday is actually coming sooner, of course, than the tree lighting, the weekend after Thanksgiving, and Robin's been working incredibly hard on that as well. So, Robin, take it away, and you can run through all the exciting events we've got coming up.
Thank you, Mayor Grimo. Council, Mayor Grimo, Deputy Mayor Stevens, all of you here tonight, and all of you in the viewing audience, good evening. It is my pleasure to be here and invite you to Stop, Shop, Enroll, the City of Pontiac and Main Street Pontiac Small Business Saturday celebration. Everyone is invited to participate. We are featuring businesses in the greater historic downtown Pontiac district, including retail, stores, dining, museums, and art studios. There are dozens of non-brick-and-mortar businesses that will be converging at the Crowfoot for a Small Business Saturday vendor marketplace. Additionally, over 30 artists and makers will feature their works at 40 West Howard Open Studios. There's a 30-passenger trolley that has been reserved that will travel, providing complimentary transportation with free parking at City Hall as well as the Bowen Center, and it will travel nonstop from 10 a.m. till 7 p.m., traveling through and past all those small businesses that I will list for you momentarily. Just as historically speaking, Small Business Saturday was founded by American Express in 2010 to show appreciation and encourage patrons to shop small. It is historically the Saturday after Thanksgiving following Black Friday. So next Saturday, November 30th, 2024, from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., we'll have the free 30-passenger heated trolley. So anywhere along the route, patrons and shoppers can jump on and travel right around. All participating businesses include Erebus Escape Room, Mythos Museum of Oddities and Curiosities, the Pontiac Transportation Museum, the Small Business Saturday Vendor Market at the Crowfoot, which runs from 12 noon till 5 p.m., Goldner Walsh Garden and Home, Saginaw Street Consignments, the Herbal Touch, Hink Studios, J&S Ceramics and Pottery, which is Bob and Hazel Ceramics, 248 Hotspot, Designed Mindfully, Colors Are Us, Main Street Pawn, Jinx Graphics, Fillmore 13, Kegerberger, Biscuits and Bourbon, Liberty Bar, and as well as the holiday show at the 40 West Howard Open Studios, which runs from 1 until 7 p.m. The hours of individual stores will vary, so please be mindful of that. We will have a geo map that will be available where people can scan the QR code and pull up the actual hours of operation for each business. So we encourage you all to come out to shop local. As you know, when we shop locally, those dollars come back to us in various ways. So we encourage you to shop local, shop small, and join us on Saturday, November 30th. Are there any questions? Thank you for your time.
Any questions on Small Business Saturday? All right. Yes, ma'am.
Has the city given funding for this program?
Yes, I approached Economic Development Manager Younger about this opportunity, and so we were able to partner with some small business dollars along with the city, yes.
Thank you so much. Good job.
And I present to you John Bry from Main Street Pontiac, who will give you more information on our tree lighting ceremony. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Everyone. John Bride, Chairman of Main Street Pontiac, and happy to be here tonight to be joined by Davita Reed, one of my fellow board members, and Councilman Rutherford also serves on the board of Main Street Pontiac, and give you a little bit of an overview. I've been told I'm getting famous for my PowerPoint presentation, so here we go again tonight. So the Tree of Hope lighting has been an activity that Main Street Pontiac has been heavily involved in for the past several years. It might surprise people to learn that it costs about $20,000 to put on. That includes stringing the lights up and down Saginaw Street. And as I mentioned in my last council presentation, Main Street Pontiac has been going through an organizational reset for the past several months.
and we weren't sure we were going to have the funding to do everything that people had come in the community had expected us to do as part of the Tree of Hope lighting. So pleased to report tonight, thanks to President Council McGinnis, Councilman Rutherford, with their support from their district funding sources, that we are going to be able to string the lights up and down the trees along Saginaw Street. And thanks, oh yes. And in addition to sponsorship that we've secured from DeBruce & Law Firm, McLaren Hospital, and Oakland County, we are going to be adding to the activities for the Tree of Hope lighting. We're partnering with Robin and the city of Pontiac to really start to make the Tree of Hope lighting ceremony something very special and unique for the community. And this is our first time to try to start really leaning into that. So I'm not sure. Oh, there's the clicker. Sorry about that. Hopefully I get this right. Maybe. Maybe going backwards. No? No? I guess I need some help. Oh, that one. Wrong remote. Sorry about that. Hey, there we go. So as I mentioned, Main Street Pontiac's been a lead organization on the Tree of Hope lighting for several years, covered the costs associated with the event for the community, which roughly ranged $20,000. I know that surprises folks, but it really does. We want to create a memorable celebration. As Robin and Main Street have been having conversations, we all agree that we want to start creating a memorable celebration for the entire community and track larger participation of all ages with special attention on families, add activities featuring local talent and businesses, enhance the Tree of Hope itself, add partners, and collaborate with the city for a successful event. So we can check all those boxes that we are definitely doing those things. So our sponsors, Main Street Pontiac, City of Pontiac, McLaren Hospital, DeBruce & Law, Oakland County Parks. They are giving us the use of their stage this year at no cost, so that's going to be coming. And Trent Creative that offered to create a logo for us for the Tree of Hope. So that was a $1,500 in-kind contribution for that branding. And there it is. So we actually have now a professionally designed logo for the Tree of Hope. Children and family activities. So I was raised on a farm, so I recognize those critters a little bit, but we're adding a petting zoo for the kids downtown. I have a friend that has the animals with the mules, the goats, the geese, the mini mule, and I reached out to him and I said, hey, what's it going to cost to bring this here? He told me, and I said, done, $100. So we're going to have animals at 111 North Saginaw for the family and the kids to enjoy, and petting zoo. Main Street is in the process of opening our first official office in downtown at 73 North Saginaw. And Davita, who's been here working very closely on the event with us for the organization, is organizing a pop-up and open house event for some local businesses at our location there at 73. We're getting ready to repaint inside. Local performances, Davita, why don't you tell them a little bit about that?
Good evening. We have 5 youth groups that will be performing at the tree lighting. New Springfield Youth Choir, Accent Pontiac Impact. Who else? I feel like I'm leaving someone out. Pal Quest, and the OU students will also be singing a selection. And I think that's it. One is pending, so I don't want to announce that one. So.
I want to get ahead of ourselves. There's the stage that's going to be coming downtown. Robin and I had a terrific meeting yesterday with Judge Walker, so she's all on board and excited about the direction we're going with it all. Free shopping bags. We got shopping bags we're going to give out with some goodies to the first 100 attendees. Those are up at the Main Street office. We're going to be offering a downtown window decorating competition and voting. Our theme is going to be Season of Hope, so all the downtown businesses be looking for those handouts coming tomorrow to a business in your downtown location, so we're going to be doing that. Be offering cash prizes to the top 3 award winners or vote getters. Going forward, what we want to do with Main Street, working with the city, we want to enhance the downtown decor more. We have some activities on that. The wreaths, unfortunately, are looking pretty tired on the light posts, and so we're looking to start switching those things out. Continue to add more activities, more partners, supporters, raise more funding. We've got some sources on that we're going to go after through Main Street. have the Tree of Hope lighting ceremony be one of the most anticipated celebrations for the community, and start planning 9 months in advance at least, so we have ample time to pull it together. Any questions?
Any discussion or questions from council? Thank you very much I really want to highlight that you were continue to reference partnerships, people giving back through the community, making this collaborative event a success. I did notice that, and it's done early, but those tired wreaths and banners are up through most of it, but there's sort of a final stretch, kind of like the Saginaw Green Park and North. Is that because we exhausted what we have as a supply, or just weather slowed down a bit?
I think weather slowed us down. When I talked to Matt the other day when they were installing them, I'll check with him. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'll check.
Follow up if there's, we don't want to shortchange any one of the.
For sure. We want them up
the
and down.
sections of the downtown, if there's something we should do. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Yes, first of all, thank you. It's a great presentation. I just have 2 questions. Number one, has the financial gap been met, or is there opportunities for maybe the administration to give in case y'all short?
For the activities that we're sponsoring through Main Street Pontiac, we're covered there, so we're
Okay.
good.
Just want to make sure the city, benefits so much, we should put money where our mouth is. That's all. Thank you.
Any final discussion? Councilwoman James.
I just had a question about, and I don't think you did that, but at one time, the school district had after the tree lighting, we had a program at the Presbyterian, I believe, church there. Was that discontinued, or are there plans to kind of reset that? Because it was really nice to be able to, after the tree lighting, hear the kids singing from all over the city.
Yep. So Pastor Laura's on the Main Street board, and unfortunately, she missed past 2 board meetings because she was out for a conference and then ill. So she reached out last week and was talking about that, because I was not aware of that activity. That I wasn't involved at that time. And so we had a conversation, and she's aware of some of the performances we've lined up for around the tree itself.
Okay.
And we've given her an idea of something to do at the church that would be really great, exciting, but I don't want to announce it yet. And she's pretty excited about it, so she's checking with her leadership at the church to see if they can pull that off. So I don't want to get ahead of myself in case it doesn't happen, but we are trying to pull them in.
Okay, because that was a really good aspect of the tree lighting ceremony. Thank you.
And I'd just like to add something that we left off the presentation. Sheriff Powell is donating 300 stockings, goodie bag size for the kids. We have a lot of kids being involved this year, so we wanted them to leave with something. And there'll also be hot chocolate and coffee there also. And popcorn.
Any final discussion? And again, following, of course, the tree lighting, the following day is the Holiday Extravaganza Parade happening in downtown Pontiac. 4 different cities and townships coming together for that collaboration. Councilwoman Jones, you have the floor.
This is a follow-up to Councilwoman Rutherford's question. Are you able to execute the full vision of what you had in mind for this tree lighting this year?
Yes. Yeah, I think so, yes. With the big cost, the lighting of the trees up and down Saginaw Street, that's slightly under $14,000. So people are surprised about that, but that's actually the going rate. So with that support from Councilman Rutherford and President McGinnis, we're able to cover that now.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Hearing none, a round of applause for Main Street Pontiac, for the city's special events coordinator, Robin C., for their presentations. Our final presentation this evening, the City Council is eager, and this is something that we've been awaiting, an updated progress report on the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, funding, obligation, spending, and just investments into the community to maximize this one-time federal funding. So I'm sure more discussion to ensue, but anything further, Mayor, before the presentation?
Well, I want to thank both our grants director, Lisa Campbell, and Ernst & Young for their hard work on moving this process forward. And we're joined tonight by Brian Jarzynski of Ernst & Young, who will walk us through exactly where things stand and how we intend to get everything obligated in the next 2 or 3 weeks here. So with that, Mr. Jarzynski, why don't you take it away?
So the presentation, we see the visual. Is there a physical copy that could be provided to council members? Is it something that the administration received?
Absolutely. I mean, I don't.
Where?
We can print it and give them hard copies,
Okay.
for sure. Yep.
Unless I'm missing.
I don't know if they have them.
So you don't think this evening we will have a physical copy? Okay. Well, for the sake of time, we'll proceed visually, but it's imperative the city council
For sure.
has it in our physical hands. Okay? You have the floor.
Okay, very good. So, good evening, everybody. As the mayor stated, you know, we've spent a decent amount of time with the city administration working through getting an understanding of the obligations to date, looking at the projects that have been undertaken, evaluating them from a treasury perspective, tracing those back to the reporting that has been done to date, as well as having a look at what remains to be obligated. We have a short presentation tonight to kind of give you a summary level view of what's going to happen over the next few weeks. From an overall perspective, I would say the positive news is that the dollars that council is aware of, although not seeing memorandums of understanding or contracts yet, the path to get there is very close and will be done over the next couple of weeks based on the actions that the city has taken. Before we get too far into it, I wanted to kind of readdress the timeline of the state and local fiscal recovery funds, also known as SLRF, from a U.S. Treasury perspective. These dollars originally came from the American Rescue Plan Act. There were dollars that were spread across state, local municipalities, as well as other organizations, and there were subrecipients and all types of dollars. These dollars came directly to the states, or to the city. So in our situation, we are a recipient of these dollars. As we expend these dollars or give them to other, what would be called subrecipients, we're responsible for those dollars as they get spent going forward. So every dollar that comes in from a federal perspective is considered federal money and is subject to the rules, the restrictions, the management and the compliance associated with those dollars. With the American Rescue Plan Act, there were obviously, I'll call them spirit of ARPA type activities to help communities recover from the pandemic and the impact of that. That's just basically just a summary of the ARPA perspective. I will also say from an overall perspective, the projects, the programs, the dollars that are being spent by the city, we have looked at and we have seen that they are all consistent with the American Rescue Plan requirements. We don't have any concerns from that perspective. Throughout 2021 and 2022, there have been a number of, I guess I'll say, revisits of the American Rescue Plan Act. Frequently asked questions have been distributed, additional rules, additional guidance, because as communities, states, all types of municipalities received information, there were, of course, questions, there were clarifications. One of the concerns Treasury had from the outset was the flexibility of using these dollars over the period of time, which really means you have to obligate them by the end of this fiscal year, and you have to expend them by December of 2026. Many communities had questions and so forth. So you see, through 21 and 22, there continue to be changes to the rules, allowances for different expenditures and so forth. All in total, there's about 490 pages of information around how you can spend these dollars, and all of them are relevant, and all are items that we've considered as we've gone through this. At the end of the day, what matters is we have an obligation that comes up at December 31 of 2024. It's an important date because if you have not obligated these dollars, the dollars are considered unobligated and are eligible, in theory, for recapture by the federal government. Now, we haven't seen any activity from the government that states that they would do that. We also know, though, we've had a change in administration. Things can always happen. So it's important that we obligate these dollars by December 31. And I know that council and the city together are aware of that. In some respects, that's part of the reason we are now engaged. After December 31 of 2024, you don't have to have the dollars spent. You have to have a place where you're going to spend them. We then have a few years, with the exception of a few programs, that you ultimately have to actually expend the dollars. So 2 years from now, we have to be able to show that we've spent the dollars on the projects that we designed or put in place and approved. So that's just a timeline. And before I move on, are there any questions on that, any clarifications?
Questions on timeline?
On this, yes.
All right. Please proceed.
Okay. So currently, and just to refresh, and we try to keep this at a summary level, the city received $37.7 million. To date, with $10 million of that being the general fund usage for other government services, which is an allowable use from a city perspective. We've obligated $22.9 million. What that means is we've entered into contracts or entered into memorandums of understanding, or in some ways have shown Treasury that we've expended the dollars. What remains to obligate is currently a number of about $14.8 million. Now, many of these programs and projects are familiar to council as well as, for sure to the city, and I assume to most citizens. And so next, we're going to talk about what is the path to get these obligated. There are 2 items that will be added. So these will be items, actually, you know what, we'll go forward 1 slide, and then we'll come back to that. So this is the breakdown of what we would call unobligated funds. And you'll see there are a number of different initiatives and then the dollar amounts below them. Programs such as the mini park design and build, the home repair contract amendments, items that have been communicated to council by the city and are merely either waiting for contract signature or waiting for approval from a city council perspective in concept of memorandums of understanding or moving of the dollars to the appropriate agency. Now, one would say, well, how do we get these all obligated in this time period? As we go through this exercise, Treasury, again, as I've told you, has put out a number of questions or clarifications, I would say, in terms of how items get obligated. There are a number of clear ways. One is to contractually sign and say we're going to pay for this project. Of course, the easiest one is to expend. Then there is an opportunity to also effectively go through an exercise of putting these dollars in the various departments of the city through a memorandum of understanding. It's a formal document. This memorandum of understanding has to have the scope of work that's going to be completed, directives to the relevant department, and more importantly, cannot be modified after December 31 of 2024. So if we say we're going to spend the dollars, if we say we're going to spend or put $3.9 million to the Youth Rec Center, which is one of the categories here, that memorandum of understanding will clarify that, and it will state that. It will also include a message that the dollars cannot be reallocated. That would be considered an obligation short of a contract. So effectively, we're obligating the funds, but more formally than just a budget amendment or an approval from a resolution and things like that.
Okay, I got to stop you there. Our council rules require that if we get a presentation, it's in writing for, in part, this very reason. So I'm not slamming you. I'm just saying it really compromises our ability to follow along. So I got to play Monty Hall here. Under Parks and Recreation, this is unobligated funds, $14 million plus. Correct, sir?
Yes.
So breaking it down by Parks and Recreation, $459,000 for Maddie McKinney Hatchett Park improvements in the Parks and Recreation category. The City Council has voted to approve that construction agreement. Does that suffice for obligation? What's next that would obligate that?
The contract
Who wants to
signature.
take it? Okay, so it's been approved by council in previous weeks or months, but it has not been executed yet. So unless and until it's obligated or executed, it does not qualify as obligated. Meaning if between now and December 31st, John Hancock ain't on that paper, $459,000 goes back to the federal government, possibly. Got it? Okay, next category, $148,200 modular bathroom. Under the Parks and Recreation budget, can you explain to us what that's referencing?
Mayor.
Yeah, this is what we've proposed in terms of we had $2 million allocated towards community parks. And for the design and engineering services in community parks, we have contracted in roughly ballpark terms $1 million. We also moved some money from the community parks category to the Maddie Hatchett Park category. And we want to use most of the remaining dollars there for bathroom installations in the community parks, which are our larger parks.
Okay, so that didn't clarify for me. What's $148,200 modular bathroom? Is that a specific? Is that Murphy Park?
No, it's allocating
the design
funds for bathrooms in the parks. Now, we don't know yet how many bathrooms that'll cover because we're in the process of assessing that, but this is about allocating funds for the purpose of improving or installing bathrooms in some or all of the community parks.
How does the administration or the ARPA coordinator, we've contracted with Ernst & Young, how do you propose that to happen before the year is done? What steps
That'll
are
be done
needed?
through a memorandum of understanding with
But this is something that has not come before council yet, correct?
Right. So
Per your
on
understanding.
December 3rd, my understanding is you will get that resolution to pass it.
Okay. Finally, under Parks and Recreation, $4,161,000 on mini park design build. Is that something that still needs council action?
It is, and there will be a two-step process here. I believe Brian's familiar with this. If not, I think Director Campbell can speak to it. And I know Director Campbell just passed out the actual paper copies of the presentation.
But yeah, if anyone can answer that, $4.161 million between now and the next 3 city council meetings, that needs a city council vote. That has not been voted on. Is that a true statement?
Yes, an MOU will be presented before council to obligate those funds.
Okay, thank you. Youth Recreation Center, over $3.9, almost $4 million for Youth Recreation Center. Will a vote of City Council tonight on approving the construction management satisfy that obligation, or is this a separate threading of that needle?
It is both, I believe. Yeah, it's both. So there are some of those dollars will need to go before City Council in the form of an MOU, and the vote tonight for the CMAR would satisfy the rest.
Okay, so that's a lot more asterisk there on a big dollar amount about what council still has to do versus what is before us tonight. Next, home repair program, almost over $1.8 million in home repair contract amendments. Has that already been decided by City Council? What's left for obligation?
Those will come before City Council. Well, those actually went before City Council. And so it's execution at this point. I see Deborah shaking her head if she wanted to add, but those do not need to, that money does not need to come before City Council.
So the administration's current answer is that that $1.8 million has already been obligated or acted on from the council side. They have to execute the contract.
With one caveat, Mayor, I think you were going to chime in.
Yeah, we're proposing, and Brian was going to get to this, I believe is the next slide. We're proposing to add $500,000 to that category and also $500,000 to the Youth Rec Center category. So Brian, do you want to quickly speak to that?
Are there more slides?
This is it.
Okay.
So there was $932,000 that has not been discussed at the council level. And so what the city administration has determined to do and is going to bring before council is allocating an additional $500,000 to the home repair program, which again, to be clear, will be, once it's allocated and MOU'd to the home repair program, it's fine and it can be expended over the next 2 years, as well as putting in another $432,953 to that youth rec center category that you looked at previously. So again, this is a path to getting the ARPA funds all obligated.
Okay, can you return to the master sheet here? Okay. $500,000 for workforce development that has not come before City Council. What steps are required to get that obligated?
MOUs, again, for those funds as well. And I welcome Manager Younger to come up and speak as well if she has additional input.
Okay. And while she's going up, $500,000 for placemaking, that also has not come before City Council yet. So if you want to, I believe that you can elaborate further on when or in what format that will come to council.
For both the placemaking and the workforce development, we have applications that are being reviewed and processed. We will do an MOU before December 31st for placemaking and workforce development.
Okay. 1.25 million small business subrecipient grants. It had been on the agenda for tonight's city council meeting. The administration requested that be postponed to the next council meeting. Does the city council's vote, if we approved all of the recommended grants, does that satisfy what council needs to do to obligate the funds, but then does it also require every one of those small business grant recipients also getting their contract signed before December 31st? What's the obligation act with the small business?
No, this, by the same token, the MOU that we would do an MOU, so we would not have to execute those contracts by December 31st.
And who is the memorandum of understanding with?
The grants and, right, with grants and the grants department. So MOUs would be, for all of those program categories, it's an MOU between grants and philanthropy and economic development.
Okay, more questions on that, but we need to get through this so I can take my seat, so I don't have to keep helping us all see this tiny text. So $500,000 technical assistance. What's the deal?
Most of that has been obligated. There are still a few outstanding contracts that have to be.
Okay, so that's the small business technical assistance program the council approved last year. $825,000 small business loans. What's the scoop on that? Did our vote with Genesis Credit Union satisfy it from the council side?
This council side is satisfied.
Okay, $17,000 city business events. Does that still need council action? What does that reference?
Right. That would need council action. That's for upcoming small business initiatives, similar to Small Business Saturday that we're planning in the future.
Okay. And so just below is $8,000 Small Business Saturday. Again, still needs council action. Correct?
Those are mini contracts, so they're like
in terms of the
2,000,
threshold?
Yeah, so like the trolley is a couple of thousand, that type of thing, so. No.
Okay. Under the arts and culture category, $300,000 arts sub-recipient grants, still not obligated. Does council action need to be taken for that to happen?
Yes, MOU, again.
Okay. $200,000 city-ran arts project. What does that reference, and has council acted on it?
Yeah, this is money that we've said there still needs to be, I believe, an action taken in the form of an MOU, but this is funding that we've said for some time is part of that $500,000 arts and culture bucket. $300,000 of that bucket, we've gone out with competitive process for awarding grants to community entities. But the other $200,000 we're proposing to hold for Arts Commission events, other arts-related events in the community that are operated by the city, things like Music in the Parks, things like the Arts Crawl, over the next 2 years.
Okay. $501,000 GVI employees, gang violence intervention. It is not yet obligated. The last time council voted on related items has been many months ago. Is more council action needed, or is it about executing?
This is just the supporting documentation to show that the money's been obligated. No council action is needed here.
Okay. Mayor?
Well, I want to make sure this is a question on my part too. We've got in-house GVI employees, and those positions were created with council approval, but do we need an MOU officially designating these funds for their salaries and benefits over the next 2 years? I don't know the answer to that.
I don't believe so. Per my conversation with E&Y, I provided supporting documentation earlier today, so that should be sufficient. So this should move to obligated.
Okay, parking, $450,000 and change. Parking, what is that referencing? Has it been has the council action been satisfied?
Mayor, if you could chime in on the parking.
Yeah, so this is for the parking meters that council approved the contract for, to have new parking meters downtown that actually function properly with proper signage. So all of this relates to that contract that city council has already approved. I believe that the only thing we're waiting on is final execution. I know that they've had some supply chain problems that have prevented delivery of those meters so far. I don't know what the status is on that contract, but we'll want to make sure that that's executed if it hasn't already been.
Okay. We're all going to have questions. This is just about all being on the same page. Finally, $30,000 plus for Department of Public Works chipper What's the deal? Has council done their side of the obligation?
I believe that's coming before council in the next couple of weeks. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to take my seat unless there's another slide that has very small numbers. Okay, so Parks and Recreation, Youth Recreation Center, Home Repair, Economic Development, Arts and Culture, Gang Violence Intervention, Parking, and DPW. Those are the categories breaking down the unobligated funds in excess of $14 million. So as you heard, there are at least, I would say, half or more of these specific examples still need council action, or approximately 50%. So before we even get to the meat of the deliberation, I'm going to take my seat now. The first thing I'm going to say is that this obviously needs to come before council weekly for the next 3 weeks, the next 3 city council meetings. This is our last council meeting in November. So this is something, the breakdown of unobligated funds and the progression to get to zero needs to be on the next 3 city council meetings, December 3rd, 10th, and 17th, because that's going to take up a lot of time and a lot of oxygen. So that way, if this city sends back any money, it ain't because the city council didn't make a decision or didn't have it come before us. It is a few days away from December 2024, if Father Time in my mind is right. Yeah, so here we are, November 19th, 2024. Nearly 3 years, 3 years that this administration has been in place. From the beginning of the year, I've been very clear and very explicit about how concerning it is that it was slow moving. 11 months have gone by. And here we are, where there's so much pressure on 3 city council meetings, and that's not even the only steps needed to obligate it. So I appreciate that you're here at the 11th hour, in the 11th month, at the 11th day, that you are here at the 11th hour to help, bring this to finality, to satisfy what the federal government needs for it to be invested in our community, used for our community. But thank you, Director Campbell, for getting us printed copies. That's very, very helpful. Is there further presentation, or that concludes the slides that you wish to flag for us before we get into further questions and deliberation?
No, I'm happy to answer questions. I guess what I would say is that the message here is that there's a path, right? My understanding from discussions with the city administration as well is that these are projects that you're familiar with. So that's why I say the path is there. There are those 2 items we talked about that I don't believe had been discussed previous. The ability to get the memorandums of understanding that are necessary is there as well. We've provided a template and we've provided direction on how to do those things. So as council approves things, these things should move quickly. To the extent there are contracts that are outstanding, those need to be monitored very closely because we need them signed. But most of these are subject to memorandums of understanding and can be done assuming council approves the suggestions of the administration.
Yeah. I'm not a gambling man, and I'm not even good at making gambling analogies, but it felt like 3 and 4 years ago, the city of Pontiac had a winning hand, a guaranteed winning hand. It was all good. It was all positive. Maybe we'd work through what were the priorities, but now there's only a few rounds left in this card game, and our hand looks more dicey because there's only a few more rounds left in this game when it could have been obligated so much sooner. So I just want to set the table there. The council leadership will keep, on behalf of the council, pushing to prioritize and to get this information to the council and the community. Because part of what we're faced with now, as I warned 11 months ago, is that by doing it in the last meeting or 2, if we say no, or it doesn't pass the smell test, or that's not the right priority, it means nothing. So it's all of what they propose or nothing. And I don't like being in that situation because it means no matter what your feedback is, no matter what your engagement is about how to influence the outcome, it's backs against the wall. And if there isn't a solution, then it can't get finished before the ticking clock. So think about it. Our last meeting is December 17th, scheduled meeting of the city council. And there's 14 days, not business days, we got major holidays there, in which if that was the last day and we vote on millions of dollars obligating it, they've got to move heaven and earth to make sure it gets law department and contracts and mutual entities getting that obligated. That's a very uncomfortable situation when we had such a winning hand that was all to the good for the people of Pontiac. Now, a lot of good stuff's still going to happen, but I don't think it had to be this brinksmanship right at the verge. So I know that there's questions and feedback from everyone. I'll start going down the road, 1 through 7. Councilman Rutherford, you have the floor.
Okay. So I'm going to make a statement. This is about to become a fire sale because this administration has a tendency to kick the can to where I am afraid that we're going to end up sending back $14,773,537.57. That's what's supposed to be allocated. And there's a reason why I'm making this statement. They did a presentation in August. Do you recall, Deputy Mayor, the presentation that you guys did? And in the presentation, you guys told us that the only amount of money that needed to be obligated was about $5 million. Now it's November, and it's $14 million. And my question is very simply, how long did you know the 14 was supposed to be obligated? Do you have a plan to where you're just strictly trying to obligate it to the youth center? If that is what it is, I could accept it. At least you're telling us the truth. And why did you kick the can? And I am afraid because I have no confidence in this. I have no confidence in this. And I know y'all want to pussyfoot around it, but I'm going to tell you what it is. I have no confidence that this is going to get done. And we are going to be the laughing stock because we're going to probably be one of the only cities in the state of Michigan that's going to send money back. And we need to ask, what have you been doing that we still got $14 million? Contracts have not been signed. And if you ask Deborah to get up here, she would tell you she's been waiting on contracts since January. This is wrong. And it's a lie, and y'all got to stop because you are making bad decisions that are going to affect everybody in here. Somebody knows somebody to know somebody that was supposed to benefit from this money, and you do not have a plan to execute, and I do not believe you're going to deliver, and that's all I want to say.
District 2, Councilwoman Jones, you have the floor.
Thank you. This is unnerving. This is embarrassing. All of these categories are not eligible for MOUs, if I heard correctly. All of these categories cannot be executed by the end of the year. A good half of these should have been done in the summertime. Whether we vote on what we need to still contribute to or not, this does not look promising. You mentioned, sir, that there is a path here, but this path is not feasible. And this is coming from someone who doesn't even let Kohl's cash expire. If I were to let $14 million go to waste, I would probably never sleep again. I would never feel content again. And eventually, we're going to stop getting these handouts. We're going to stop getting assistance. And we're going to be, like Councilwoman Rutherford said, the only city in Oakland County who is not given help because people will think that we do not know how to handle our finances. That should not be the case. So, that was my opening statement. My question here is, just in case I misheard something, I would like someone to please go back and redefine the word execution. Are you saying someone has to get out there in December and start building these bathrooms in order for $148,200 to not go to waste? And that goes for the rest of the items on this list, on this chart here as well. For the items that council needs to approve, whether we do it or not, it doesn't seem like we're going to retain all of these funds. So rather than giving us this entire chart at this point, since we're going to lose millions, I would suggest for the administration to narrow down what is feasible, what does qualify for an MOU, and let's focus on the categories that we can attend to and shake our heads at the rest and try to do better in the future. But my main question here, please someone redefine execution.
I'm going down the speakers list, but to her question, sir, do you have an answer in terms of specifically, or if Director Campbell, in terms of what obligates or what satisfies the modular bathroom as one specific example?
So for clarification, the December 31st, 2024 deadline is for obligation of funds only. The projects have until the end of 2026 to be completed. So execution is different from obligation. Obligation is committing the funds to a contractor, to a vendor, to a department at the MOU, but no bathrooms have to be built before December 31st. None of this has to happen or be executed by December 31st.
Well, the confusion is that oftentimes it's referring to execution of contract.
Right.
So there's execution needs to happen, but project completion
Yes.
has a 2026 deadline. Council's concern still is, how is it obligated? How is it satisfied category by category? Yes. Thank you for elaborating on the modular bathroom. Keeping the speakers list going, Pro Tem, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. First and foremost, I'd just like to thank the company for coming in with a better breakdown of ARPA funds. My concern has always been that we're actually doing too many projects. That was my concern 3 years ago and still my concern tonight. For me, I know it's at the closing. It's a tough one. It's a tough one, but at least you stated that we can hopefully get there. But if not, I want to ask administration, are they thinking about obligating more of this to the youth center, and would that meet the obligation?
You're yielding to the mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
It would, and, you know, and I know President McGinnis already explained this, but I know there's confusion because of the use of the term execution, but the term as it was used by the presenter was in signing contracts, not in even beginning the work. The work doesn't have to actually begin in terms of shovels in the ground this December, and that's why I believe he said there's a path here. And my understanding is Ernst & Young is going to have all these needed MOUs prepared so that they can come before council on December 3rd, specifically. That's what we've been told. So I think there's not just a theoretical or hypothetical path here, but this is very doable and manageable. Yes, that's one of the reasons why we've proposed adding money to the home repair program and to the community center, the youth rec center, because those are both very important priorities, I think not just for the administration, but also for city council. And we've suggested adding funds into those projects, to answer your question.
Anything further, Pro Tem?
No, thank you.
Councilman James, you have the floor.
Yes, I have a request that the next time that you come to give this report, for each one of these categories, if you would list what is the medium that we're going to use to obligate. So a lot of what you've said will be MOUs, but I'd like for the next report to actually show, like 459 Matty Hatchett, is that all going to be done by MOU? So if your next report could show that.
Yep, we'll do
And
a
then-
breakdown by category with each project underneath it, and we'll show the current status and what the path is.
And for those that have more than one that we have to, because I think she mentioned something about there was a contract and also, so there are going to be two things. We really need that level of detail.
For sure.
So we need to understand for each item, what is the medium that we're going to use? Is it MOU? Is it contract? Is it both? And then we'd like some kind of a status on both of those. Okay, if that's possible. The other question I have is under economic development, the $825,000 for small business loans. I understand that the repayment of those loans was posing some problem with the ARPA guidelines. If you could address that, are we okay now with this loan thing? Are we going to have to repackage what we are calling a loan program so that it will meet federal guidelines? Because we don't want this jumping up at us at the last minute.
Yeah, for sure.
Is it or isn't it a problem?
It depends on how we show the obligation as an expenditure. So if we treat it as a true straight-up ARPA, small business loan program, it's not that there's challenges in actually doing it. The reporting is quite extensive. Mm-hmm. It involves discounted cash flows. You can only do the loan for the project costs, so you have to do like a 3-4 year analysis. Mm-hmm. Alternatively, what many communities have done with this program is utilize the general revenue loss category, because Treasury allows you to effectively make the loans and you're done. And then you can monitor them how you wish. You don't need to report them any further to Treasury going forward. So we are looking at that and discussing with the administration the best path forward with that.
Is that, I mean, how comfortable are you that that's going to satisfy?
Oh, it's a mechanism.
That
It's
obligation?
an absolute mechanism to obligate the dollars. Either
Okay.
way we do it, having the memorandum of understanding is fine. It's the reporting that becomes more of the burden, not the.
Right, but what
not-
you're proposing, what I'm saying is what you are proposing as a solution, is that, how solid is that? That, you know, that will work?
It's solid. It's absolutely it's something we've done in other communities.
Okay, okay.
Thank you. Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. Firstly, I'm going to say that I agree with everything that the other 5 councilors have said. But more importantly, I'm certainly is concerned because we have sit here for 3 3/4 years listening to the community say, this is what we need and this is what we would like. I sit here, there's 8 categories and 17 subcategories of money being distributed. We know that home repair could get some more money, and it'll help the citizens. We know small businesses could get some more money, and it will help the citizens. We know there's some senior initiative that's been presented that could get some more money and could get approved. We know workforce development could get some more money. We know that there's some warming center needs that could get some more money. And yet we're sitting here with 17 different categories of how to dispense the money. And a lot of the things I just mentioned, contracts have already been signed and agreed to that we could just say we'll increase the money to, and we would not be pushed. It does not make sense that we have been sitting here for 3 3/4 years, and now we're down to the last 2 months to say we got to get this done. And everybody's going to be pushed, and something ain't going to get there when we have had every opportunity to do what was right and still have an opportunity to do what was right if we just look at where we allocated the money and say we need to go back and put some where we've already allocated and let that be that. Because the citizens have said that's what they want. The community has said that's what they want. And we should, at some point, start listening to what the people of Pontiac want. I'm done.
Thank you. Mayor Grimel?
Yeah, thank you. I want to just begin by saying that in the presentation that was done the last time on this, that was delivered, we did not identify $5 million as unobligated. What we identified was actually that $5 million was either not obligated or allocated in some way towards this. And I specifically pointed out that actually more than that was not obligated. So I just want to be clear that we're continue to try to be transparent. This is important because it's more specific, and we want to get into the details here, especially as we close this out. But this is going to get obligated. This is a reflection not just on what we came up with in terms of the 17 subcategories and the 8 categories, but this is based on allocation buckets that were approved by City Council almost 2 years ago, and based on other contracts and expenditures that have been approved by City Council. So this didn't come out of thin air in terms of all these categories. I understand we're have some time constraints here in terms of obligating, and then we've got 2 years to actually spend the dollars. But these categories have all been discussed with council before. And so I do want to be clear about this. These did not come out of the blue.
I want to defend Councilman Parker's point that he was making. It's that, yes, there are these categories, broad categories that were agreed upon in 2022, 2 years ago. And the point is that by allowing the loss of time, we cannot make as strategic decisions and make sure it's as benefiting the citizens as directly because of that lost time. And if there's any last-minute gap, we can look to those priorities, initiatives that still are ongoing, and hopefully can meet the obligation window. The takeaway is that the council hopes that the administration can, fish and cut bait. I'm not a fisherman. I don't know that metaphor either. But in terms of if there are these initiatives that aren't going to be finalized, pivot so that way we can make sure it can still be utilized to benefit the city. So I think Councilman Parker's point is still very apt and excellent. That may ultimately be what happens. Sounds like there's another round. Councilwoman Rutherford. Okay, Councilwoman Jones.
Okay, to follow up on the explanation for execution, even when referring to contract executions, let's consider the possibility that some type of legal attention may be needed to these to be given to these contracts. There may be delays because of the holidays, like Council President McGinnis said. We have major holidays coming up. Perhaps there are internal reviews that need to be completed. When you wait to the last minute, you run into these scenarios where almost any little thing can trip you up by a few hours, and then you end up missing out. It's just like being late to work. You miss every traffic light on the road, and then you end up missing the mark. So to Council President's point, we should consider, the administration should consider pivoting. As Councilman Parker stated, the grants program, they can use additional funds. There's so many. The library could even use the funds. I mean, pivoting to anything, that would be beneficial for our citizens would be much better than throwing $14 million in the toilet, $10 million in the toilet. We have to get a plan together for these last few weeks, and that is all I would like to say.
I'd like to recognize Councilman Goodman as present and voting at 7:12 p.m. Councilwoman Rutherford, you're next on the speakers list.
So, I want to speak as transparently as I can. There are things that are not going to get done, and we can't just pussyfoot around it anymore. And we also have to, as a council, come to a decision for us to make some hard choices, because we have given them latitude, we've given them opportunity, we've given them chances, and this administration has not met up to what is the standard of how to get this done. So I am looking for the council to try to take this thing over and make sure that it's done correctly, because if we don't, we have lied to our citizens. We have lied to ourselves. We said one time we were going to do home child care. That's not even up there anymore. We said one time that we were going to make sure that all the 238 people that got home repair had the funding available. That $500,000 doesn't even scratch the surface. Now, Ms. Younger may not be able to say that because she works for the city, but I can because I'm just an elected official. We actually need $2.8 million to make sure the 238 people houses get repaired. We have told these people, the small businesses, that we're going to make sure that they get 50, 40, 20, and 10. I say put the money where it can go, and we figure out the rest, because what's going to happen is we're going to say we're going to save this money for us to do this youth center, when in reality we don't even know our bond rating. We don't know if we can get our bonds, so we can't guarantee the $15 million that they're going to ask us to do on the bond. We have got to be strategic, and we find out today, even though the administration didn't tell us, is that the sheriff contract has ended, and we have that on the agenda as well. We have to make some tough choices. And so if it was me, it would not be parks. If it was me, it would be for the things that directly affect this community. That is housing, that is small business grants, that is child care, because those are feasible things we can do. Because we have a sheriff contract that must be renewed, and we don't even have enough money to do that. And we got to do that. And so it's time out for us to play this game of illusion and delusional things. We got to do what the Bible says. Let your yes be yes, and let your no be no. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Yes, so the sheriff's contract, my understanding, expires December 31st. And what council needs to know is, one, what's the final proposal? What's the cost impact? And two, when does it come to us? Because in addition to all these time-sensitive matters, we got major contract renewals for police services, for fire services with Waterford Regional, and it's all corralling, all these speeding trains, they all need to get into that tunnel to make their destination time, and that's what's even more concerning. So we will work to get more information from the county. Obviously, the county sheriff is under their Jurisdiction, they are considering a contract proposal that gets voted on Thursday, but we have a lot of questions because we don't know those cost impacts yet. And that is by far the largest portion of our city's budget are our police services that are contracted with the sheriff department. So we didn't know what cost changes and what impact that has on the general fund balance. Councilman Goodman, I know you're joining the conversation midway, but is there anything on American Rescue Plan Act obligation that you'd like to have the floor?
I mean, I'm assuming that my colleagues have said much of what I would want to say, but the fact that we are, again, having this conversation, period, is absolutely ridiculous to me. There is no reason why we are at the 11th hour for anything when it comes to this money that we have had for years, that our previous congressperson, whose district does not even exist, got for us, and yet we have done nothing really tangible to obligate the majority of it. There should be no world in which this council or this community is sitting here worried about us obligating or spending money. There are a mountain of issues and things that could be addressed with this money, as has been mentioned: housing, small businesses, any number of things. But yet we are sitting here with millions of dollars that are not obligated when this community and this council has been very forthright about what needs to be done. And I am just gravely disappointed. I feel like a father at this point. I'm deeply disappointed in every possible way because every single one of us has come into office with the hope of actually doing something to benefit and build up the city. And while we've been able to do some things, we could have been doing a whole lot more had people been coordinated in carrying out this work. And again, this is beyond ridiculous that we are sitting here almost at Thanksgiving at the very last moment when this money can be spent, and we're scrambling to figure it out. It's embarrassing. It's an absolute embarrassment.
Councilman James.
Yes, I have a couple more. I have a question about under Parks and Rec. We allocated a couple of years ago when we did the original allocation $4 million for the mini and neighborhood parks design, and you have 4,161. Is that 4,000 or 4 million? 4 million. Is that supposed to be 4 million?
It's 4 million.
Well, I'm wondering where the 161, because the original allocation was 4 million.
Mayor, I defer, or Deputy Mayor.
Is that interest on the 4 million, or?
It's not. I think the concern has been the actual estimated cost of the work in the mini park. So that's really why we're looking at that additional funds being added to there. Okay. The original allocation, you're right, Councilwoman, was $4 million.
Okay,
but
so
I think based on some of the more recent estimates for the work that we've all talked about doing in the mini parks, that an additional, $100-some thousand is anticipated to be needed.
Okay, I thought it was the allocated amount. The other thing is the comments that you made on MOU, that process being used. If you could, in the next presentation, just list out how that process is going to work. You mentioned that the money is specified for a specific department, and it has to state that it cannot be used for any other purpose.
Yes, it has to be very specific.
Yeah. So if you could, in the next presentation, just kind of in writing, lay out that process for us, because we're not familiar with, those kind of things. But I'd be interested in knowing just how that is going to work in terms of our budget.
Of course.
Thank you.
I have a number of questions still on the unobligated categories. For time, we don't have to itemize them. But the two major, I asked it when I was breaking it down what they state. But for the small business sub-recipient grants, I think the council benefits, and I'm requesting a clearer understanding of when we vote on December 3rd, unless they kick the can again, but if it's ready and we're obligating the small business grant awards December 3rd, what other back-end stuff has to happen? Is it, you're saying that the MOU is sufficient. I don't know, is that 80 MOUs? Is that one entity? Because you were saying with grants and philanthropy, and that would be us ourselves. So I'm trying to find out who that other.
It'll be granted to that, it'll be one MOU. And it will say that the dollars are set aside for the small business loans. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm here.
Okay. And so it'll be in the MOU. It'll be specific to the terms and conditions of the small business loans. And what's important about these MOUs to understand is it has to be specific to the scope. So if we say we're going to spend it on modular bathrooms, that's where the money has to be spent. It can't be later say, well, let me rephrase. There are times where you can do some modifications to it, but they have to be within the ARPA program, and there has to be specific events that create that. But generally, they will be very specific to, I guess another way to word it is, you can't just give Parks and Rec $4.6 million, and then they decide what they're going to spend it with. We're going to tell them what those dollars are for.
Okay. My question still remains that I want to have a better, clearer understanding of what happens after we vote. If it's truly one memorandum of understanding, help me understand how that, flies with the federal government. You don't have to do it tonight. We've already spent a lot of time, but that's a question that I still have. And then also me understanding the timeline with the mini and neighborhood parks. That's over $4 million. That's a big bucket, a big chunk of this unresolved matter. And I need to understand, Councilwoman James has filled me in terms of what we know from the subcommittee, but what's still left in terms of what council needs to vote on and when we expect that to come. Because based on the RFQ timeline, et cetera, it gives me concern about the closing window of our 3 existing council meetings. And I welcome at a future time if that could be broken down, if not by you, by somebody from the administration. I see a hand from Councilman Parker, Councilman Rutherford, but I just want to emphasize with this. We are being so brass tacks and so particular because we do not want to just take someone's word for it, not just you. We don't want it to be presumed that all is Gucci, all is smooth, and then the window of time is closed. Oh, but wait, we didn't dot an I or cross a T. So we need to, drill down deep, and it is not pretty, like we were saying, because of, you're saying there's a path, but the path is narrow, and that isn't cool for the taxpayers and the citizens of Pontiac. Parker and then Rutherford.
Thank you, sir. My question is, I look at the Parks and Recs. Early in our administration, we approved I think a $5.2 million for each district to spend on parks in general. Is that in addition to this $4 million, or is that just?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Well, who can answer my question? I defer.
Well, I don't know that you're going to get the answer, an adequate answer tonight, but the mayor seems to want to answer it. So,
Yeah, well, how much did you say?
It was $5.2 million. We gave $750,000 to each district to upgrade their parks.
Yeah, we allocated a total of $6 million to all parks in the city. Initially, $4 million of that to neighborhood and mini parks, and $2 million to the larger community parks. And then of that $4 million, we talked about splitting that up by district to try to make sure that parks in everybody's district receive some funding. And of course, the Spark grant funding is going towards Galloway Lake Park.
So the question remains, and tonight, for time, we don't have to dissect it fully. The council would benefit. The council would benefit from a complete breakdown of obligated and unobligated as it relates to the parks, because there's $2 million that was done for community parks. We just want to make sure all is baked into the cake, depending on where the ingredient status is. Councilman Rutherford.
So my question is very serious. We started the GBI program, and those contracts are not executed or allocated. So how is those people that we're paying working if it's not allocated? Now I'm talking about the gun violence. This is before you. We was told it was $500,000. Then we was told they needed additional money. And this says, from this thing, that this not obligated. So how are they legally getting paid and working in this building if that money not obligated? And where the money coming from for their insurance and all that other stuff y'all offered, giving people $87,000. I yield to you because you would tell me the truth, Lisa Campbell.
So these funds have been legally obligated. They are on this unobligated list because we had not provided the documentation to our compliance team. So that was completed today. So this will go into the obligated category. Those are the funds for the employees. You are correct. So they are being paid legally through ARPA dollars.
Okay.
Yeah.
But prior to this, how was they being paid? Because I'm asking this for a reason, because I asked this a month ago. Because I said we supposed to be having them doing training, and I was told they doing training. But I'm very confused of how that was paid for.
So those positions did go before council and they were approved. So therefore, they were legally obligated.
Okay.
We just had not provided the documentation for that to our compliance team. So it was a matter of documentation here.
Okay.
Yes.
I trust you. You tell the truth. Thank you.
Okay, so we can move on if there's not any final questions or discussion, but this is front burner for the balance of the year. And we respect and understand that you might have other schedule obligations, but, oh, good. We'll see a lot more of you. Fantastic. With that, that concludes that special presentation. Moving on with the agenda, and thank you both for your time. We are now at a public hearing. This public hearing is on community feedback regarding council redistricting. Every 10 years, we're required by law as a city to redraw the lines that determine our city council seats ahead of city council elections based on census figures, meaning what's the population, where is it distributed, and it must be equal across districts. On top of that, in a similar time frame, the citizens of Pontiac voted to adopt the charter proposal from the Charter Revision Commission that changed the number of districts from 7 down to 6. So in addition to making population evenness or other strategic changes to benefit representation for the city, we also now have to slim from 7 to 6, and there will be an at-large seat. But when it comes to redistricting, that is an important distinction. So we as the City Council have shared with you that we approved a contract with the map maker that did this process a decade prior for the city and who did it for decades for Oakland County, for the county commission districts. So this is an opportunity for citizens to see the initial round of maps they've drafted, 1 through 5. You see them up on easels, proposals A through E. Hard copies are in the back if you want to see a physical copy in your hands. You can also zoom in further. Of course, tonight looks like we'll be showing you some of that, but online. You can access these maps. These are initial drafts. So what we do through this public hearing is take your feedback on how well or how, which versions you think work best for your neighborhood or what you'd like to see for the city. We will take all that feedback, provide that to the map maker, and then there will be a final set of maps, perhaps 3 final maps, 2 or 3, that will come before the city next month in December. Again, when all those speeding trains are coming at us for finances and contract renewals and public safety, we also have to work in the next 2 months to update the maps, because next April is the filing deadline for who wish to run to be the next city council for the 4 years to follow. Next August is that primary election, and next November is that general election that determines the winners for the mayor and city council positions in Pontiac. So mayor and at large, that's clear. That's the whole city. What we're doing now is making sure that in advance of that process, the lines are done in an appropriate time so that way the clerk and the state can make sure it reflects on administering of the elections. I give the floor to Clerk Doyle if he's still in the room. There you are. If there's anything further you'd like to share on the process before we open up for public hearing. Clerk Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think you captured it all. Mr. Martin is loading the maps on the screen for the viewing audience, but they're up. Thank you.
Yes, so there are, again, 6 districts. You see them with different colors. There are 5 different versions. And even with final versions, the lines can be slightly modified as it's being finalized. City Council is required by the charter to make this decision, so we will have to vote on the finalized maps. But it is required to be compact. There's, state law about compactness of districts and state law about evenness of population. So that is why, in part, the existing map right now jags and sometimes cuts off mid-street because they're trying to make it even population. But so we are in the process with this initial draft. We want the city's feedback on, as this process goes forward, what do you want to see out of your council district maps? After tonight, you can also see it online. You can get hard copies if you aren't here for tonight's meeting from the city council offices. And like we said, we'll do the same process again in December. If time allows, we'll hold multiple public hearings. We'll have multiple weeks of debate. So that way we can, get your feedback, find the best solutions, knowing that nothing will be perfect and not everyone will be happy. And that includes us as city council members too. I'm already pouring one out for District 7 because after this, there is no more District 7. So Councilman Emeritus, President Emeritus Kermit Williams and I are the last two District 7s, unless something changes with the charter in the decades to come. But so that's bittersweet for the east side. These are decisions that have to be made so that way we can make sure that the election is smooth. Everyone, the community has an opportunity to consider if they want to run and participate in the democratic process. So anything further? Clerk Doyle, yes, sir.
So just were the public aware, the red numbers are the current council districts, 1 through 7. The color-coded, which shows on the map, is what the new districts 1 through 6 will look like. The numbers are in black, and then the population for that particular district is in black because the new charter says the districts cannot deviate no more than 1%. So the city has slightly over 60,000 people in population, so each district roughly has a little bit over 10,000 residents in it, the new proposed districts, and that's for each one of the maps.
All right. Thank you. If there's nothing further that's clarifying the process for this initial round, for initial feedback, we hereby open this public hearing. And the time is 7:34 p.m. Please state your name and address for the record as required by state law. It sounds like it. Is the red light on?
No, it's not.
To the right.
Okay.
Yep, you're good.
All right. Can you hear me? Okay. I am against redistricting in Pontiac. This is the main reason I did not vote for this charter. I'm trying to explain to three of these charter members, and one of them's here tonight, that this action can be very harmful to the Pontiac precinct delegates and the people that are in the higher seats. Now, if you can remember Councilwoman Brenda Lawrence, she was in, I believe, the 14th district of Detroit. Detroit lost the 14th district because of a proposal 2, which means we take it out of the hands of the politician and we get regular people, which are probably friends and family, relatives, whatever, in my opinion, that's what it looked like. So we no longer have the 14th district of Detroit. We no longer have black representation in the city of Detroit, which is about 85% black if last time I looked. So Pontiac is too small. This is a detrimental move. Also, this is like in this time, we just had an election. If you're a Democrat, on my behalf, it's a detrimental election. So Pontiac, you have trouble with the money and you don't know who's who, what's what, and you're doing this. This should not be. Pontiac is too much of a struggling city. You're shooting yourself in the foot with this. It's unfair to the residents. This could overwhelm the council. You can't get your job done, in my opinion, in the first place, and you're going to be, whoever got the at-large is going to be overwhelmed. That's too many people for one person to handle. If they're going to get a full-time job and they getting paid and nobody else up there is getting a full-time job and getting paid, but they still serving on the council, that's not fair. Do not adopt this change. If you have to adopt the change, keep it similar to what it is. Because you're going to confuse the voters. You got to make a new voter roll. That's money. That's expense. We're going to be confused. We won't know where to vote. The census in 2030 is going to change everything. You got to change it again. So there you go, change it. What Angie Powell did with over there on the west side with Christian and everything, they had to change. Are they going to do another one? You might get somebody that's what we got in the office coming in 2025 to represent that side of town. Do not mess with this. This is like you playing musical chairs and shoving people around, and this is chaos. I mean, your voter files, this is a killer. Do not send this back to the pit to which it came. This is bad. I looked at this and I was confused looking at this. I've been doing this 30-something years since Charlie Harrison was mayor. I do not like this. I don't want to be in District 1. Where District 1 going to be my council person, or what is it in District 3's person is going to be in 2? Or what? And you really don't do anything to District 2. Oh, they got money? Oh, that's why y'all scared? Huh? And everybody else get the bull crap? Y'all don't do this. And I told you, council, I ain't voting nobody from that charter commission.
That does conclude your time. And can you state your name for the record? Although we all know.
My name is Renee Beckley, Beckley.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, City of Pontiac. I too want to speak on this. Renee is very correct. When we tell you we embedded, we breed politics, okay? This is what she does. She's good at what she's talking about. We have lost representation by getting rid of her in the district. And I'm not blaming the people for voting for the charter because they didn't know any better. But you hurt yourself because we're going to lose representation. And for what you see up there right now, hell, you need all the representation you can get. You do, because this is a tragedy. What I'm seeing up here, that you got money that's been allocated and will go back to the state. You need somebody here to fight for the city of Pontiac. One thing she has done, she fights her butt off for the city of Pontiac and keep representation. I'm just sick of it. I've been home. I've been sitting back and watching. I've been waiting on 2025. It's time to get elected some people in here. It's time to take these people out of here. Sitting $14 million back home, are you going to go for that? They got to go. All of them, the mayor and the council as well, because you sat there, other than you, Ms. Jones, and let him did it. These people are not your friend. You work for the constituents. Nobody here is my buddy. I work for the citizens.
I just want to emphasize this is a public hearing on the redistricting maps.
It is. It has to do with the district. And by the way, since this has to do with the district, I noticed that you said District 7 is no longer. Wouldn't that be because maybe you plan on running for the district at large, but get the money? See, I keep it real, Mike. I have to live with these people. I talk with them every day. Gloria Miller, former council person, District 5.
Okay.
Thank you.
Again, this is a public hearing on the proposed redistricting of the maps as required by law and the charter that was adopted. So I am one man, one voter. Thousands of people voted on this charter. All right, go for it.
Good evening. My name is Robert Bass, 499 Highland, President of Citizen District Council. I'm going to be brief because I don't like none of them. And I don't like the way that the scales was tipped on these maps. Now, you could say you hired somebody neutral, but you could look at these maps when it comes to District 1 and get very offended that you lost something that you had prior to. Okay, that's a given. You can do that. However, District 1, according to these maps, are nowhere near downtown no more. We're the only district in this city that don't have a business corridor that's been rebuilt. There's nothing in District 1. There's no schools. There's no real other than 3 or 4 stores. We have nothing. And these maps just another staple in the flyer or whatever, because we still don't have nothing. Village of Bloomfield, we have that, and I think we still gonna have it with this. But point of fact is, Village of Bloomfield, all the commercial property is on the Bloomfield side. So they're still calling it Village of Bloomfield. But we paid the cost to be the boss over there. So when y'all look at District 1, I don't know what you see, but you're trying to just strip us of everything. You're not trying to give us nothing. Wood was the only business corridor where it would be feasible to have a lot of stores, shopping centers, what have you. But we have nothing. You took it all away from us. We got one restaurant on that street and Avon, which is a donut shop. But look at the rest of the districts.
That does conclude your time.
Thank you so much for your time.
And your name? If I think you gave it.
I did.
Okay, very good.
Good evening, Kermit Williams, 61 North Sanford Street. I was on the city charter, and just like Mr. Bass, I'm not in favor of any of these maps that are here. I do understand that they have to be redistricted, but I think that one of the considerations that we used when we were making the state maps was community of interest. And so if you look at how the voting population was, District 1 is the #1 voting district in the city of Pontiac, followed by District 7, which will be the former District 7. I think one of the contingencies you should look at is how people are represented and how people are voted. We have certain districts that have low voting propensity, and that's because they don't see representation that matters. So when you have a strong voting block or voting district, you need to keep that as compact as possible when you're looking at that. So I know that none of these maps are perfect, but I think you should send them to the community first before y'all send them back out for the public hearing. These 5 maps just don't get it. And so I think that there's some room for improvement. I think that if you start with the sides of town in Pontiac, I think you can come up with much better maps. People who are from the east side know they're from the east side. People who are from the south side know they're from the south side. And if you look at any of these maps, they don't continuously go with any of that. So just looking at it, I think the closest map is probably E, and even E is missing the mark tremendously.
Good evening. Veronica Taylor, 160 J. Hubbard Lane, East Side, District 7. I know we was redistrict, and District 7 is going to be not there. But to say District 1 through 3, 5, and 6, I don't like none of these maps either. None of them. Because District 1 has the best voter turnout, and as a voter protection woman, I need to voice my opinion on that. We don't have that. District 3 don't even vote half of the time. So we need to think about who's doing these maps and who's putting stuff forward, and not to have our own color residents, people representing us. Just like Renee Beckley said, we don't have District 14 no more. We don't have black representations up there in Washington. We don't have things that we need to have for ourselves. So me personally, send them back. Let's get it right.
Marie Thomas, 481 Highland. When I first came to Michigan, short time ago, on the south side of Pontiac, there was this one particular woman that, Mrs. Stevenson, if there was an issue, you could go to her, she would go to your council. I'm not understanding what it is about District 1 that you want to get rid of. Is it because it's the strongest district in the city of Pontiac? It's the one district to hold you guys' feet to the fire? Is that the reason why? Because you're scared of the power that exists in District 1. There is no other reason. There is no other reason. And you know that in District 1, the only legal standing city council district, CDC, you know that's the only district that is bound by the state. So you get rid of District 1, what you gonna do? You got a full run on the city, because in District 1, if we don't like you, you gonna know about it. And the thing about it is, nobody up there safe. We have asked, we have begged for different things for the city, for our community, and y'all sit there, look at us and laugh. That $14 million, that's our money. When you're talking about repairing homes, you pulled a trick on us, because you put a stipulation, income. That money was not sent from Washington to here. And the mayor always talking about how we in poverty. He just did it Sunday when Amazon was down here giving away free stuff. Well, we so poor. Give us our money and let us do. Leave our districts alone and let us come together as a city.
All right, Deirdre Waterman, 312 Ottawa Drive, Pontiac. When the Charter Revision Commission decided that we needed to redistrict the city and take away one district, I don't think they realized what a seismic upheaval and change that was going to be for our community. Okay, so now we see it. But the voters voted it in, so here we are. But I do have some suggestions to make this, if not an easier process, at least a process that will be more palatable for the citizens. One of the things is that these maps that you have in color, they need to be blown up so people can see these individual streets on there so they can see where they are on them. And then I hope also that you will have charrettes or displays of these throughout, maybe in City Hall lobby, maybe in Bowen Center, but where people can have access to them as they come in and out of the public buildings and get a clearer look at them. The other thing I hear that although we have 5 choices from the consultant who too bad he's not here to kind of explain why he was limited to these choices he made or why he made these choices. It'd be nice for some people to have a chance to actually talk to the consultant. And maybe you should have some working meetings so some people who have some other ideas about how it can be constructed for additional patterns, maybe they can talk to him directly, or I assume it's a him. It is a him because I saw the contract. So those are my suggestions to get us through this more palatable process, which is going to be, as I said, a seismic upheaval, however you look at it. But it's the vote of the people and the will of the people, so here we are.
Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakline Drive, Pontiac, Michigan. I think it's pretty plain that we as people of this community have not been included in this process like it should be. And that's continuously to seem to be a pattern, because some of us come down here quite regularly and it seems like we just get discounted, just want us to come to the mic, say something, but administration doesn't do anything about it. Just bring consultants in, do their thing, present it to council, council gets some pushback, and then it's like 9th hour, we got to try to do it. Now, so dealing with this whole district change, and Renee, that was a good point. I didn't realize that. Why is it that one District 2 is consistent on all the maps? I mean,
in the chambers.
I mean, it's a point. I didn't realize it till she brought it out. It's just that one district is consistently staying 2, where the other ones is getting flip-flopped around. How did that happen? I mean, so we need to, as he was just saying, we need to understand what was the methodology of somebody's thinking to change these different districts by numbers in areas that's so different, but that one district is just staying the same. I just don't quite get that. So I think what we have to come to grips with is the time is running out to think that this city is going to be blind, not say something about what go down. And Mayor, I'm just going to say this loud and clear. You're not listening to us. You're really not listening to us. I see you all around, you shake my hand and everything, but you ain't listening. I'll get back around later to talk about workforce development. But I'm going to tell you, there's no excuse. You go back and check the records. I've been down here for over a year. And here we are at the 9th hour and haven't spent a penny. That's another issue, though. Okay, thank you.
I just have one question. Were these done by our planning group or somebody from within the administration of this city, or was it done by an outside group that doesn't have, was it done by an outside group? Because I think it should have been if it was not.
Rosalind Northcross, 168 Astorwood Street, Pontiac. When I realized that the redistricting was on the agenda, I went online to look at the maps, and they're virtually illegible. And I just thought that was kind of strange to be giving something to residents so that we could have input at this hearing, and you can't read the names of the streets. It took me a lot of hours to figure out what was what. And once I did, I was disappointed, as most of the other people who have spoken here tonight were. Understand that the map had to be drawn to take into account of population and compactness. But what else is important other than that? Voter trends, how the neighborhoods work together and are organized. Is that not important? Is that not something that should be considered going forward when we draw these lines? And I'd like to know, what are the assumptions that these map makers used? If all they did was just population and compactness, we shouldn't be paying them thousands of dollars for that, because high school kids could do that. I'd like to know, what were the assumptions that they used to guide their compactness and population? And I'd like to know, what direction is the city planning, or the city council giving, as to what other things you want to be considered when they draw these maps? Thank you.
Chris Northcross, 168 Astorwood of the city. And I'm looking at the maps, and yes, I see the compactness, I see the balance of the population. I was trying to quickly put in things such as parks, business areas, to also trying to look at an overlay of the different zoning items, which I'm not sure those items were part of how these maps were drawn. But in terms of starting forward as a starting point, I think we have 5 different examples. But then as we add in additional items, I think we may quickly converge on a remapping of this thing, to especially things such as parks, schools, businesses, those types of things, to make sure we get a balance around the city as much as possible.
Any other requests to speak during this public hearing?
Good evening, Rick David, 28 Franklin Boulevard in Pontiac. When Hubert Price and I were doing investigation for the last charter, the at-large concept is really a very evident kind of thing around, and we offered that for the previous charter commission to look at. The District 1 individual does a wonderful job for that big area. I've never felt, though, that in Franklin Boulevard we had a lot in common with Ms. Stevens' work and Mr. Bass' work in the downtown area. It's all kind of convoluted to me. At one time when I first came here on Franklin Boulevard, we were part of District 2. Franklin Boulevard was, and there was some synergies there that existed. So I would just want to say that she does a wonderful job, but I always thought, for example, Mr. Bass, when I was head of Lighthouse, came to me for several of the meetings of District 1 at Lighthouse. It didn't make sense to me. Why it's even more like District 7 than District 1. So what I'm just trying to say is, I think there has to be some more work, but I like the at-large concept. It's not unusual for every city around the country that are looking at that. I know it's a challenge for Pontiac to consider something new, but hey, let's embrace something new. Amen.
No, but there will be future public hearings. Did Mr. David, you state your name and address? Okay, sorry. It's already that night. Okay, Ms. Watson.
Linda Watson, 525 California. I'm on the south side. This is my first time looking at these maps, but I'm not understanding one, and I've tried to talk to the Charter Commission people, this member at large thing. I'm still confused about that. And I guess I want to know how the lines were determined. What components were used for deciding what's blue, green, or whatever? Thank you.
For the request to speak during the public hearing. Any more requests? Any more requests? Any more requests? All right, the public hearing on the initial redistricting feedback is concluded at 7:58 p.m. To answer some quick questions about procedure, the map maker is earning their money on what comes next. This is the easy part. Essentially, the computer is generating what's 6 districts that are even in population, compact, and the other factor that they considered is if you look in the map, cutting through districts, what we know as District 1s and 2, the border of District 1 and 2 is a dotted line, a red and black dotted line. That is the redistricting that the county has done for county commission, meaning Pontiac now is split between 2 county commission districts. They drew their district lines based on our districts 1 and 2. They took council districts 1 and 2, and they made that in one county commission with other cities and townships around us. And then they made council districts 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. They added that with, I think, Bloomfield Township, maybe part of Auburn Hills. So that dividing line has one type of ballot and another type of ballot for the city. So when we just had this election a few weeks ago, there was, at least when it comes to the county commission, it was separated. So the map maker is also trying to think, how do you keep the ballots as similar as possible? Might not impact us because we have elections in off years or municipal years, but they're thinking about how do we administer the election? Because once we as a community and a council finalize our 6 new council maps, what's that? Oh, I'm sorry. Once the council and the community finalizes whatever the new 6 final maps are, then the clerk, and they're working with the consultant and other professionals, has to draw new precinct lines. How we vote, where we vote, what are the voting locations? Because right now, based on the current 7 districts, that in part determines where you vote for all elections, where you are living in that council district and those precincts. So that's the election back end. Does that mean that we are only limited, that we've got to kind of keep these districts trying to mirror a little bit what was that dividing line between 1 and 2 and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? No, you are able to go beyond it, but it just adds another layer that complicates, or just something to consider in terms of printing of ballots, et cetera, and where the voting precincts are. But so, in these 5 versions, again, early versions, what we wanted tonight and what you've given us some is, we think certain neighborhoods should be with X, or we don't think that it's a priority to have a district that looks like Y. But in all of these 5 versions, usually every one of them, either 1 stays below that county commission dividing line, or 2 does. Because we've gone from 7 to 6, every district must get bigger. So in any of these versions, if we insist that that line is that big of a priority, which in my opinion, 1 of 7, I don't think it's the be-all, end-all, but they were trying to see how do you spill out for at least one of those districts, because if 1 or 2 gets bigger behind that line, then 1 or 2 spills out. But that is not the major deciding factor, but it's something the map maker who knows about what happens on the back end with administering the elections, how that can complicate things, because we got to have voting precincts and then voting locations. That's what we got to shake out afterward. And so through the community feedback, we have received this. We will share this for the first time. The map maker did not get feedback from council, did not get feedback from the clerk to say, you got to keep it this way, you got to keep it that way. But now, based on this feedback, we can help inform the map maker, because to your question, it is somebody external. It is not somebody that currently works for the city. He is somebody who is retired from Oakland County, but he's a GIS professional. His business is mapping and working with the street index. And that's what matters in terms of resolving it on the back end with the voter file, is where the streets are. Because some of these streets, on one side, you're voting in one council district, and the other side, just like it is today in Pontiac, on the other side, you're voting for another. And we got to make sure when you go to vote, it's sorted out in the right way, so that way no one's disenfranchised. The elections run smoothly when you're trying to decide if you run or who you're electing for these council seats. So once we get another round that's more sort of final versions that we can delve into deeper and see, do we want to try and move one street this way and two streets that way? Because then we got to move every other district one or two streets, because we got to keep the population as close as possible. But is there any other clarifying questions before we move on to the next agenda item? Clerk Doyle, was there any other questions that you wanted to answer? Okay. All right, so when that map maker is able to take the city feedback and try and get us another round of versions, we will repeat this process. These maps on easels will stay in City Hall, so you could look closer. And for these final versions, if there are 2 or 3, we are going to try and get as high resolution as possible so you can zoom in, all the street names are clear. We want that same courtesy and that ease, just like you do. Anything further? Councilwoman James.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this is the time for community input. So the input that you gave tonight is important, but if you are watching from home, if you have questions about this or if you have input about this, please reach out to your council person, because we're going to have to work together. This does represent one of the biggest changes that we've had in the city of Pontiac. We've got a new charter, and council doesn't have a choice. The city has to be redistricted in order to conform to the new charter that's been approved. But we do want your input. That was the reason we had this tonight. If you have comments that you want to make, you've got things that you feel should be considered, please reach out to your council person so that that information can be assembled and we can work together to get this done. Thank you.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Nothing is finalized. I need people to calm down. Despite of the comments that were made, none of us had nothing to do with these things. There was a man that was paid. I don't care how many times people try to make a thing, it ain't a thing. And nothing is finalized. So, I see Kate. I'm sorry, you can keep comments. I'm still talking. Kayla, calm down in the back. It's calm down, sis. We'll wait till next week and we'll deal with it, because I don't want nobody, getting uproar about something that can be changed. And I'm saying it because even though I'm frustrated, I will never allow my frustration to make me or let this council be the art of confusion. And so that's what people are trying to create. It ain't over yet. Everybody chill. Thanks.
And the city charter does spell out a timeline. I think it says that by April is when the lines have to be finalized for real. We want to do that a lot earlier, because that closes the window too much for if people want to consider what seats they want to run for, or they just know where you're at. We could start moving forward as a community. We want to do it earlier. The charter spells out certain processes and deadlines, but the earlier the better, so that way we all can help make that finished product as best as possible with the reality of what we're faced with. Any other discussion, any other clarity? Okay, as soon as we've got some new next round and want more feedback and input, we'll bring that to you. We are now at recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials which can update on their position?
Renee Beckley, Precinct Delegate, Precinct 14 for the Democratic Party. I'd like to thank everyone for voting. On my Democratic side, we didn't get everything we want. Unfortunately, the big seat didn't fall our way, but we did have some victories here in Michigan. We have the Supreme Court. We also have Brenda Carter that's coming back, who was our state rep for Pontiac. We have Haley Stevens in our Congress. She's back. And Alyssa Slotkin was elected for the U.S. Senate. So, and then we kept the majority of the Oakland County seats, except the sheriff is a Republican, but he's okay halfway, whatever your opinion on. So I thank you for voting. Pontiac did very well. But Pontiac had, I think, the highest turnout since 2020. At Pontiac, I really, regardless of what you did on your ballot, thank you for coming out. Fantastic. Let's keep this up because I think we have to do this again in the midterms in 2026. So I thank you, Pontiac, for voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Other elected officials that wish to do their address? Hearing none, we are now at agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington, are there any requests?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Mr. Kermit Williams, items 3 and 8.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. $14.7 million. We left y'all with $30 million because we couldn't trust the previous administration to do what was right by the citizens. Everybody who was elected up there ran knowing that they were going to have ARPA dollars that were going to have to be allocated to the people. And so what I heard today was you guys are going to try to do this in 3 meetings. I need for the council to call special meetings, if you have to call it every other day or every day after that, until the citizens get what's due to their $14.7 million. This was a tactic that the previous administration used, which was waiting to the last minute for you not to have choice and franchise. You had over 300 small businesses apply for grants. They gave out 40. That's $4 million right there that you could give to make all of those businesses that applied whole. So that's one way you could spend it. But you need to have a meeting every day that's transparent with a countdown clock on all of those dollars until they are allocated. What I heard tonight was really disheartening about giant MOUs that they have to wait to because they give you no option to amend or to adjust. I sat on city council for 12 years. Your number one responsibility is the budget and the allocation of dollars. Don't leave it to administration to leave the citizens behind. They've given you 3+ years of not getting there. Don't leave this month and a half on the table with 3 meetings because they gave y'all a presentation today when you couldn't even see the numbers. So that means y'all didn't see the presentation ahead of time. Y'all couldn't prepare y'all questions that you needed for each additional allocation, and that's my time, but please schedule special meetings. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Dr. Deirdre Waterman.
Order in the chambers. You have the floor.
Given the importance of the matter about ARPA this evening, as we see from the prolonged discussion, as well as the importance to the citizens in the community, I want to spend my 2 minutes talking about that problem that you have with the ARPA, the $14.4 million that is still not obligated. That makes me a little sick to my stomach, to tell the truth. Because, and let me give you a little history. Councilman Goodman, I think you've heard some things in the past, but it makes me sick to my stomach because I had to work to get that $37.7 million here. That was me. Who went to the Treasury, U.S. Treasury, and fought for that money. They were only going to give us a minuscule part of that. And that was me who went there. And I did it because I knew the value it would bring to our citizens, our taxpayers, our small businesses. So the fear that as we even are totaling up how you would spend the money, only 9%, a minuscule 9% of the money is scheduled to go to the taxpayers, the citizens, the small businesses, the people I thought should most directly benefit from that. So I have been championing, Council, what you have come to your conclusion about, I think today, you're at odds with the mayoral administration, that you think also that instead of doing all these different projects, going to all these different people, that you should give more money to the people who will directly benefit that, the people that I fought for this money for. So I'd like you to carry that out, make sure that we get more money to the citizens. Do you think that because you have 100 people or so who have home repair, you think that's pat yourself on the back? There's 5,000 homeowners in the city who could benefit from that. And think how much many more people get the $25,000. That a lot of people don't even know about it. They didn't even have a chance for it. There are people, hundreds of people standing outside City Hall trying to get an application. The first day of the application when it was turned down and was handled so incompetently. So go ahead and do the right thing. Get more money.
That does conclude your time.
Mr. Rick David, what items? Mr. David, what items for?
1 and 3.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So first is Casa del Rey. For those that know, I'm chair of the Historic Commission. And people, when they remodel in our 5 wonderful historic districts, they come to us. And Casa del Rey is going to be a wonderful, wonderful place. We've toured it. We've already approved exterior building of that area, 350 windows in that place. It is, then when you look at 28, the town center on top of that, I'm very upbeat about what's going to happen in these wonderful historic districts that we have. In terms of the American Rescue and where we're at, I'm very much of an optimist all the time. You're going to get it done, City Council. You're going to get it done, Executive Group. I had the good fortune of trying to distribute money to former Russian Federation countries when I was in Budapest. Just think about the challenges there of different languages and all that kind of stuff. You can do it. You got to raise, you got to come forward and do the job. And I know you'll get it done. In terms of the business plans for small organizations, I want to remind people that about 15 years ago, there was free rent for 1 year for downtown businesses. None exist today that were part of that 70. None of them had adequate business plans to do the job. So just willy-nilly give money out to small businesses without understanding that it takes a strong business-oriented person, and you don't want to, after 6 months or 1 year, have that money disappear. So my point is, remember the Casa del Rey and other locations like that. But again, the City Council and the Executive Committee, I know you were area. You're going to get the job done. We're not happy with a lot of things that have occurred, but we don't have any choice but to do it. And I'm happy to hear that the spending of it can take a little longer. I thought it was December 31 of 25. Now it's into 26. That's a wonderful thing for the community and gives us time. I thank you very much.
Mr. Carlton Jones. Ms. Tamika Ramsey on deck.
Yeah, the ARPA fund. Let me just say this, Councilman Parker, I think you had an excellent point. Mayor, there's no reason why we should not be putting money into some existing things we already got set up and add money, because we know housing, workforce development, economic development, and we haven't spent a penny in it, and you want to say just $500,000 is satisfying with that kind of money. It's not enough. You're not going to be able to do. You waited. It takes sometime 3 to 4 years to train people. You've lost that time to train people for skilled trades. I know you said to me you can't do everything at once, but your low priorities for economic development is hurting us as citizens. It really is. Now, you might not like me addressing you directly, but people in this city are wondering why you are not responding to this. They ask me all the time, I say, well, ask the mayor. And if you're saying $500,000 for workforce development is the adequate thing for our city when we are truly an economic deficit in this county and in this state, that's what that money was for. So it's just unreasonable for you not to be saying we need to put more money in that. It's just mind-boggling that you don't want to prioritize that. It's make me feel as though you're not listening to us as citizens. I've been very nice coming down here talking about work. Yeah, it's important, but it's not showing. And I want to say this before my time is out. We've got another great opportunity here. That's talking about GM coming here with the possibility of putting a plant here. We should not discount that. We should work real hard to be the selected site. We should work real hard, council, ahead of time, work real hard to be the selected site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Ms. Tamika Ramsey, she left. Ms. Renee Beckley. Item 12.
Can you tack number 3 on, because I didn't know it was disaster, no happy ever after with number 3. Okay. I'm going to combine these two things. Number 12, update on the next step for the Finance Department reorganization and operational improvements for you at home. The ship has sailed. You should have had that when you came in, and I think you all came in 2022. I believe you don't have a finance director. She had one and she left. That's why most of these problems are here, that this stuff is not moving. This is going to be embarrassing. You know, that's going to be worldwide news. It's going to be CBC in Canada. They cover the United States of America. Pontiac, Michigan, sit back $14 million. They get it, goes overseas after that. And I hate to say his name, but you know what's coming 25 January 20. So you know how he is. Oh, some money. Oh yeah, I want to get that Pontiac, Michigan money. Yeah. So y'all, you counsel some of y'all to blame. Yes. That's all I heard. Y'all agree with everything Tim wanted. Yes. Sometimes Melanie would say no. Michael Goodman used to fight back a little bit. Brett's not here anymore. He used to fight back. One night, William surprised me. He fight back. Kathleen, I don't know. Well, this is wrong, but no, but okay, yes. And William Parker, same situation with Kathleen. So y'all did this mostly and stuff. Who's supposed to be monitoring this? Oh, y'all need to get this done. It's a deadline. When I used to work at jobs and stuff, it's a deadline. We got to get this done. I used to work for EDS. No, Renee, you got to call a text. Deadline. Something's wrong here. I want a forensic audit from the state treasurer. If you're working the state people, send an auditor down here, CPA, or somebody that knows how to handle business. If you got to send a emergency manager back, God bless you.
That does conclude your time.
Ms. Gloria Miller, what items?
Every one of them.
Okay, well, you have a couple of minutes.
I got 2 minutes, but I'm going to make it fast as I can. Let me tell you something. First of all, if you had a job and you had a deadline of when to get your job done, and you don't get your job done, what happens to you? You're fired. You got to fire them. $14.7 million going back. I said this months ago when I haven't been coming down. I've been staying at home meditating because God's going to work with me. Because when 2025 comes, I'm going to blow some stuff open in Pontiac. It's time. I'm tired of my people getting hurt. I'm tired of taking from us, and we get nothing in return. We done had 10th council prior to this one. Not one of the 10. They had their issues, but some of them listened to the people. This one, from the mayor to the other end, never listened to us. Carlton, Bass. I'm not going to mention you because President Cameron Williams is right. You are one of the reasons we didn't get rid of the money. See what you did? He didn't do I almost said something. He didn't do nothing with it either. He didn't do nothing. When you start talking about my people in the city of Pontiac, it's passion, y'all. Because I see them every day. I know what they need, and I'm going to say it, and I don't care who don't like it. It's nowhere in hell Madison County Park should get no $400 and some $1,000. This don't make no sense. Let's stop playing politics, y'all. These people in this city are hurting. It's young people don't got nowhere to live at. I get people that have to give money for food, daycare. Melody's right about that. But where you went wrong is that you forgot the people when you got up there. I ain't never forgot. I used to be on that seat. But I still out here. I don't have to brag about what I do for the people. But it's time to stop playing with the citizens' money. $14.7 million. If you haven't done a dang thing with that man over there now, you're not going to get nothing done in 3 weeks. And 3 meetings. Not going to happen. I'll finish with my next one with my public comments.
That concludes agenda address.
All right, agenda address concluded. We continue with the agenda. We're at number 5. Is there a motion for adoption of an ordinance to regulate commercial parking lots in the city of Pontiac to include adding Article 4, Division 7, Sections 114, 166, and 114, 181 through 114, 181? Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there a second? If a council member does not second, it dies due to lack of a second. All right, hearing none, we are at number 6, adoption of an ordinance to amend Chapter 86, Article 9, Section 86-321 of the Municipal Code to add offenses and penalties for youth tobacco use, vaping on school and City of Pontiac property. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Due to no second, that motion does not proceed. We are at number 7, resolution to approve the first reading of an ordinance granting Comcast a 10-year franchise renewal agreement in accordance with the Pontiac Home Rule Charter and the Uniform Video Services Local Franchise Act 480 of 2006. Is there a motion? It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilwoman James. Unless the administration has anything further, I'll turn it to the city attorney.
Good evening, council members, audience, administration. Before you is the first reading for the resolution to enter into a 10-year franchise agreement with Comcast. The agreement is set to expire at the end of November. It is a 10-year agreement based upon state law. That is the max, that is the minimum. So Comcast has provided, a completed contract, which was sent to the entity this week. Per the city charter, the franchise agreement has to be adopted through an ordinance, which is what we have before us. So, as you may recall, earlier this month, or maybe at the end of last month, in October, you all approved the franchise agreement application for 5% for a franchise fee and 2% for the PEG fee, which is consistent with AT&T's franchise agreement with the city. Per state law, under the Uniform Video Services Local Franchise Agreement, we have to have this approved within 30 days of the completed application. So tonight is the first reading. I welcome any questions.
Any further discussion? Thank you for the continuation of your work on this time-sensitive matter. Any further discussion? And this is the first reading, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So we anticipate this will be back before us. Any discussion before voting to acknowledge it read for a first time? Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Council members, what was 5 and 6 on the agenda both died due to lack of a second. That is fine. I just know that 2 council members were not in the room when that happened. Were either of you planning to move or second either of those ordinance amendments second readings? Okay. We are at number 8, resolution approving small business grant awards. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to postpone until what, December the 3rd?
Okay. Is there a second to postpone?
Yes, but I would like to ask some questions.
I'll allow for discussion on the motion to postpone, just to procedurally handle that unless anyone has any objections. So it's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilwoman James, that this resolution be postponed to the next scheduled city council meeting of December 3rd. Now we are discussing the consideration of postponement. I'll go down the row, just so that way if anyone's got any feedback or concerns. As I shared at the top of this meeting, that the administration shared to the community, a citywide communication that November 1st, that the awards had been finalized but need to come before City Council for us to approve them November 19th, which would be tonight. They sent another citywide communication the following week saying it's still being reviewed, finalized, vetted, but again, the November 19th date was given. So here we are. This is at least 2, it might even be more than 2 years since the Small Business Grant Awards concept was first introduced. And obviously in the feedback from the community leading up to that, there was an expectation and hope that there would be small business supports that would come from the American Rescue Plan Act funds. So it would be postponed to our next scheduled meeting per the administration's request. Any discussion on the postponement? Councilwoman Rutherford first.
I have a question for the administration, which I'll go through it through you. I just want to know about the technical support part. The reason why I'm asking is because I'm extremely confused because we were told that the contracts was ready to be signed. And how are we awarding anybody anything when they haven't received any technical support? And so I just want to know, truthfully, honestly, without the bells and whistles, have the contracts for all the technical support people who you guys chose been signed? And how we giving them money when they never received the technical support they supposed to have received? I'm very confused.
Do you want to yield to Manager Younger?
Yes, she'll tell me the truth. Manager Younger.
Council, Mayor, Deputy. All of the technical assistance contracts have not been executed. There are 20 to be executed. 12 of those have been executed. That's your first answer. In terms of the grant funding and other opportunities for the businesses, most of the small businesses did not necessarily request financial assistance or completing applications. We did, however, for those businesses that requested help completing the small business grant application, Candace on my team and myself did meet with many of the small businesses to help them understand and be able to complete the small business application. But a lot of the technical assistance requests were not for the grant application. They were in fact for things such as website development, architect and design, legal, and other matters. So there were some who asked for financial assistance help.
I'll just state for the record for the community, depending on those different contracts, council voted on them many months ago. So for them not to be executed yet is yet another example of council taking our action, presuming that that's handled and resolved and we can move forward to the work being done. Sounds like there's a disconnect there. We will ask for a, sort of a breakdown of where that stands. A statement?
Yeah, just a statement. I'm saddened that you are taking the brunt of this when I know for a fact you have went above and beyond asking for contracts to be done since January, asking for assistance to be given to you since April, creating a job that they still have not posted and or gave them the positions to. And so I don't want you to be the fall guy. And I'm saying it publicly, I am sorry, because I know what you've been going through and you can't say stuff because you still work here, but I can. It is appalling. It is offensive to a woman who has been doing economic development for over 35 years to be subject to the subpar treatment you have had to endure, because you have been the only caveat in this administration that has always been transparent. So I want to apologize, because I know they're going to try to throw you under the bus when they sent that email that you ain't know nothing about, when they sent that thing out to the public that nobody knew about, but communications constantly can say what they want and never talk to you. So if no one's going to apologize for you, Miss Younger, I'm apologizing, because they setting you up to be the fall guy. And I'm going to say it. That's it.
Next is Councilwoman Jones.
I want to say thank you first to the administration for pushing this back, solely because this money should be awarded to businesses that are eligible and that have the need in the city. And the draft list that I was presented with did not reflect that very criteria. Moving forward, though, I'm concerned about the internal score sheet that was used for deciding which businesses are awarded this grant, and perhaps other score sheets for other programs as well. Much of the information that was, used for that score sheet was not communicated to the community. So people applied thinking that they had a good chance because they lived in Pontiac and have a Pontiac-based business. However, this internal score sheet told a different story. The draft list that was created was not fully verified. That there was more like a recommendation for approval with the contingency that these individuals met the eligibility requirements. So my concern here becomes, why does the internal score sheet not include the residency component as one of the scoring factors? Why was that not considered prior to the recommendation of that list? Because when that list got out, it stirred the pot. I know it was not intended for that list to get out. Perhaps the list should not have been made because the proper protocol had not been taken. And once you write something down, you reinforce how important that component is in your communication with others. So maybe this is more of a statement. In the future, this score sheet, this internal score sheet, needs to be publicized to some degree. Some of the elements on it need to be communicated. And when we create these draft sheets for approval, we really should be doing a better job at vetting those individuals that we are recommending for approval, not based on, other elements that are not part of the main requirement, that you must live in Pontiac and your business must be based in Pontiac. That was one of the first things that was expressed. So I would think that would be included on the internal score sheet as part of the recommendation. That's just my concern there. However, when we see this again on December 3rd, I hope that those problems will be resolved and we can move forward with better insight and better preparedness for the next grant program.
Okay. Councilman Goodman, anything?
I'm not going to waste my time saying anything, no.
Okay. Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Just one quick question. From now until December the 3rd, what measures is your department are going to put in a process to make sure that these particular business owners meet the requirements of this particular grant?
They are being vetted right now. That requires proof of residency, also proof of ownership. Some of that was in question. As indicated, that was a draft list that was being vetted that should not have got out, but it did. And noting Councilwoman Jones, if you put it on paper, then there's that. But I have to start somewhere. So, they have to be vetted by purchasing, taxation, as well as other departments. So I had to have something on paper. So right now, residency, good standing, income tax, and ownership are being vetted.
Okay. And I got a follow-up question?
Sure.
And what was your determination of some of the rewards? For example, some people had brick and mortars and they received $10,000. Some people had just a food cart and received $50,000.
Okay.
So what was some of
based on
behind the variations?
Based on the scores.
Awards? Based on the scores?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Councilman James, anything on the motion before us with small business grant awards?
No, I just think that, it's unfortunate that we've had so many problems with it. It's just very unfortunate. And hopefully, as a council, I've never seen the score sheet. I've never seen the scoring criteria. I've never seen a written copy of what the requirements are. So, we're just here, wondering and expecting that this is getting done, that there is somebody who knows what the score sheet looks like and what the criteria, because we have not been provided with any of that information. And I asked in the last meeting when this came up to have the council, be given a copy of the score sheet, the scoring, the scoring criteria, and also in writing what residency requirements are there. You mentioned residency, but we heard some conversation about some people having joint, more than one person listed as owner, and 51% of the business is owned by this. You need to see something in writing. How do you judge things like that? How can we make decisions about these businesses when we really don't even have the basic information of what was used to make these decisions? So again, prior to the December 3rd meeting, as a councilwoman, I need to see what your scoring criteria, what your app looks like, what your scoring criteria, and what are the written requirements for residency.
Would the administration be able to provide that? It doesn't have to wait until the packets.
I'll be able to provide that tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Councilman James, for reiterating that request. Thank you to the administration in advance for fulfilling that. Councilman Parker, any on the motion? Councilman Goodman.
Well, actually, to ask the question, is the criteria in the application not the one that was up on the city's website?
Yes.
So I want to call back to comments that I made last week, which is the issue that is really at hand when you look at the application and the scoring criteria is that they do not go together. The fact that, again, 55 points of the 100 points that are on the rubric are for a budget that is never asked for. And again, when you look at it, there are multiple points where it just simply does not line up. When you have a rubric and you have an application, they are supposed to line up together. If you have 100 out of 100 points, if more than half of it is for things that you have not been expressly asked for, that's not fair. That's just not how a grant is supposed to be run. And I say that as someone who has just finished wrapping up grant reports for my day job because I allocate hundreds of thousands of dollars in grants. So I am more concerned with the administration, how they handle this, because it's kind of obvious to see between the application and the scoring rubric that was sent out that these things they do not line up and they have not been what I believe handled correctly.
Thank you. Mayor Gramlin, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I want to try to answer some of the questions that were raised. Number one, I just want to be clear that the email that went out a week and a half ago was not sent out unilaterally by the Communications Department. It was worked on specifically between the Communications Department and Manager Younger. In fact, Manager Younger drafted the initial draft email to be sent out by the Communications Department. So that was a collaborative approach between Manager Younger and the Communications Department. I just want to be clear about that. Secondly, in terms of the question around why the requirement around residency wasn't in the scoring criteria, it's because it's a threshold requirement. Either a business is owned by a resident or it's not. And if a business is not owned by a resident, it doesn't qualify for the grants, period. So it doesn't factor into the scoring. It's a basic threshold requirement to determine whether or not a business is eligible. I want to make sure that we're addressing the broader
Order in the chambers.
I want to make sure, though, that
order in the chambers.
I want to make sure that we're addressing the broader question here, though, which is about how the scoring rubric was developed. So I want to give you an opportunity, Manager Younger, to describe how you developed the scoring rubric, why you developed the scoring rubric, and how it corresponds with the questions on the application.
Sure. The scoring rubric rewarded points for budget, detailed budget, and it was asked to supply a detailed budget as a list of attachments. So the criteria when I send it out, I will line up how the criteria line up with the application. But I think it was all applications can be subject to questioning or whatever, but we tried to make it line up the best that we could with the criteria that we were looking for. So I'll detail that when I provide the information tomorrow.
Councilman Rutherford?
All right, Ms. Younger, as I like when people try to gaslight, and I don't want to fall for it. The original draft, did you finalize the email that was sent out?
Yeah, I worked on it with communications, yes.
And so my follow-up is this, in knowing that...
Are you asking about both November 1st and November 8th?
Yeah, November the 1st. Did you?
Okay.
Yes, I worked on both of them.
Okay, and so how many times did you meet with that board before y'all decided?
3.
Okay, and was the administration a part, and I want you to listen to my question, was the administration a part of the decision-making in choosing the people that were getting the awards?
No. What I did is took the top scores from all reviewers. So reviewers, I took the scores, logged them. Reviewer A had X number that were 90 points. Reviewer B had X. I made a spreadsheet. I took all the scores from the 5 separate reviewers and created a spreadsheet based on how they ranked them.
And so the administration never discussed that with you?
They did not discuss the ranking. I did show the recommendations to the administration,
You
yes.
did show the recommendations?
Sure.
Okay, just want some clarity. Thank you.
Any final discussion on the motion to postpone to the next city council meeting? Hearing no discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the motion to postpone.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is postponed and will be back before us. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the clerk to schedule a public hearing on December 10th?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. This is scheduling a public hearing on December 10th. The City Council, at that City Council meeting, General Motors is applying for a PA 198 Industrial Facilities Tax Exempt Certificate for a new casting facility located at East Montcalm and Joslin Avenue. We shared that at last week's City Council meeting, so you knew it was coming. This will be in 3 weeks where there will be more information, and then the hearing where you can provide further feedback. But now that the motion is before us, Mayor and Administration, Manager Younger, if you want to give the community a summary of what we're looking at. You have broken it down. You had General Motors representatives come to the Economic Development, Housing, and Planning Subcommittee of City Council, provided information for us to share with the Finance and Personnel Subcommittee. But Mayor and Administration, you have the floor for context before we schedule this and keep the conversation going.
Thank you. Obviously, we have more steps in the process here in terms of the public hearing and ultimately asking the council to vote on approving this. But this is a really big deal. General Motors has not built a new manufacturing facility in this city in over 40 years by our best estimate. They've invested in existing manufacturing facilities during that time, but they have not built a new manufacturing facility in at least 40 years. And so this is a big deal. We're excited about this. This step in the process is just to schedule the public hearing, which is an important step in this process, but it certainly reflects General Motors' increasing confidence in the business climate here in Pontiac, and we're excited about this big step forward for the community. Manager Younger, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, just basic details. The plant they're proposing is a 225,000 square feet. Projected investment of $140 million and some 50 jobs at that facility.
And this would be for a 3-year construction phase window and a 12-year operational phase at 50%. So in terms of the millions of dollars of tax revenues that could be captured, it would generate new, and then after that 12 years of operation, we would be collecting 100% of property tax, if you will.
That is correct.
Okay. So we'll ask for more figures that can be shared with the community ahead of the next public hearing. Is there any further discussion on scheduling the public hearing and keeping the process moving? Hearing nothing further, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution, scheduling that public hearing, thanks to your posting of it. Should we pass this for December 10th at that council meeting?
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and the public hearing is set for that December 10th council meeting right here. We have returning from last week's city council meeting. Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, but we probably already had a motion and a second at last week's council meeting before it was discussed. Does that reflect with your records, or do we need a new motion and second? Okay. All right, we'll check with the minutes, but we are at resolution for the city council to approve the mayor or deputy mayor to execute the AIA AI 133-2019 agreement with Clark White, a joint venture to provide pre-construction and construction manager at-risk CMAR services for the city's new youth recreation center design project.
Excuse me, Mr. That is correct. You did motion.
It's already been moved and
Yes.
seconded. So
Yes.
now it is before us for debate and consideration. Does the administration have more that they wish to present before we discuss?
Well, I know the council's already aware of this, but just for purposes of the public, I know that when this was brought before council last week, there was a question around the comparison in construction phase, construction management pricing. So when we went out with an RFP for a construction manager for the Youth Recreation Center, we asked not just for their pricing for the pre-construction phase, but also for the construction phase. And so before this week's packet, or in this week's packet for the city council meeting, we included the bid tabulation for the pricing that was submitted by construction managers for the construction phase pricing. And that, of course, is what we're asking council to vote on, is approving Clark White for the construction phase, construction management services. We have our attorney, Jeff Gallant, here, and I'll turn it over to him to add any additional details.
Microphone, I'm sorry. If you can hit the button on the right of the base of the black device. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Jeff Gallant from Clark Hill. Oh, yeah, that's correct. We were here last week. I was going through the A133 contract documents that we are proposing to sign with Clark White. And it is a full-service agreement subject to an eventual guarantee maximum price next year when the design is further complete. And we were just asking that be authorized to be signed. And then there was a discussion about bids, and that's why it got tabled to this week.
Okay. And thank you to the administration for the bid information. We now have had that with some time to review. I think the city attorney has stepped out, but I just wanted to, if you want to elaborate further on the action that the council took earlier this year or that preceded this, because they're sort of associated or
right,
tie-barred related.
Right. So a couple months ago, we signed what we call a pre-construction only phase agreement with Clark White. It was a very limited service. It was before construction started, and it was just, so pre-construction basically means while the design is going on, the construction manager is hired to assist with estimating, scheduling, value engineering, things like that. So it's very helpful, and it's one of the recommended ways to go in this kind of project. And so that was only a pre-construction agreement, but as part of that, we had asked all the bidders to provide, if we move into a construction phase, what would your fees be for the construction? It's usually 1% of the cost of the work. What would you charge for insurance? So it's all things that the construction manager would charge on top of whatever the trade costs are. And then those trade costs are bid out, publicly.
Okay. What is the contract value that is before us?
It's not a lump sum because it is based on the cost of the work. So right now, it's purely just based on 1.9% of whatever the cost of the work is. So all you're really saying right now is we're going to continue with Clark White for that limited pre-construction phase until that's done. And then eventually, when they get to the point where they're able to bid the work out, they will come back and say, for for a guaranteed maximum price, this is the cost of the trade work for a particular scope, whether it's the whole project or it's just the earthwork or foundations. You can break it into smaller packages. And then they will mark it up based on the predetermined markups that we have in this agreement.
Should we anticipate that would come before this or future city councils for a final determination?
Yes.
Or okay.
Yes.
So those different points in the process will still come before city council.
Absolutely.
For approval. This allows for that joint venture of Clark White to continue with their rate structure to provide that CMAR service.
Absolutely.
Okay. That's helpful. I'm going to go down the road. If there's any discussion or questions, Councilwoman Rutherford.
Thank you first for coming. I cannot, in good conscience, vote on this contract. And I want to explain to people why. The reality of it is that we don't have the money to build a youth center. That's the reality. We were told that we could get a $15 million bond, go for bonds, low interest loans. We don't even know our bond rating. That's the reality. We also need a DPW department that's going to cost up to $12 million. We also, by June of 2027, would have went through our savings, and we don't know our finances yet. So even though this is going to pass, I cannot do this. It is not because I do not want a youth center. It is that this administration, yet again, has failed to deliver on the promises, and that's what they do to try to be rude, but I'll keep going. They failed to deliver on the promises that they have made to John Q. Public. We are signing a contract to build something we can't afford. When the council had solutions because we knew we couldn't afford it, it was we got to vote on it today or they're going to go away. We spent $3 million on one thing. I don't think it's ever going to be built. And it ain't because this council doesn't want to do it. It's because the administration doesn't have the bandwidth to handle simple accounting. So how can we handle the building of a youth center? And the millage must be renewed. So let's say we built this thing and then the millage isn't renewed. We're building a $40 million building that may not be able to be paid for. So I want to be clear because they're going to spread rumors and say, Councilwoman Rutherford doesn't want a youth center. That's a lie. I don't want to be able to look into people in District 1 face and say, hey, man, y'all property taxes went up. Hey, man, y'all got a new millage because we got to have a millage for the sheriffs. It's coming. Hey, man, we need a new DPW thing, and I'm sorry we got to put something else on you because it's wrong. So I wanted to explain my vote because you know how they do, Quincy. They tell you lies and Bass. They tell you lies. They're called Kermit. I'm tired of it. I can't do it. I can't do it. So I'm voting no. There you go.
Councilwoman Jones?
The idea of this contract execution makes me nervous. It has recently come to my attention that there are some unforeseen circumstances arising surrounding the funding of the new youth center. Now, like Councilwoman Rutherford said, we all want a youth center, and we all want a pool for that matter, but we still need a DPW facility. Our vehicles, our citywide vehicles need somewhere to be stored. Beyond that, approving the pre-construction idea for a project that we very well may not be able to afford, especially in light of the new information that has come about regarding the city's finances, that is not something that I could ever support. Because regardless of what happens next year at the re-election, I have to live with the decisions that I make while I am on council, and I have to be able to sleep at night and continue with my life without thinking about one mistake that I could have prevented. So although I was in favor of the youth center, the entire design, and in fact approving the $37 million design that we went through, we had several designs in front of us, I was in favor of it. Had I known then, had the information about the city's finances come out at that time, I would have been on council president's side and looked at a more affordable option that would not have put us in financial jeopardy of creating more turmoil for our city. And by approving this contract, I feel like that is setting us up to be yet again publicized in an article for unflattering reasons. I am tired of reading the Oakland Press and not always seeing positive things about our city. I always think, oh yay, we were mentioned. And then you read it, and that smile starts to dissipate because of the embarrassment that takes over, because of why we are being mentioned in these articles. So I will cut this short. I know we are trying to be conservative of time, but I will be voting no because I have questions regarding our finances and our ability to even execute the youth center. And that's unfortunate because it puts me in an ethical bind because, as far as I'm aware, this construction is also funded by some of the ARPA dollars, correct? I mean, because and that means if we do not as a whole approve this, this is now more money that we are going to lose. And that's not what I want. Like I said, I don't let Cole's cash expire. But why approve a contract? Why allocate money towards a project that you can't afford? The vision for the finances for funding this project is not clear. It's becoming quite hazy and it's concerning. That is why I'll be voting no.
Councilman Goodman? Nothing? Okay. Pro Tem Carrington?
No, I'm good.
Councilman James?
Well, I can understand the concerns that council members have, given the fact that we have lost yet another highly competent finance director, which unfortunately is creating discomfort on the part of the council. But we are in a situation here where we really need to understand that problems are going to still have to be solved. We have some serious, serious problems here. The biggest is the fact that we just do not have the quality of financial support in this city that's required when you're trying to do these kinds of major projects. I think the council, I think the mayor and administration need to establish some extremely they need to establish a coordination between the finance people, and I think this is already a discussion topic. We have a finance consulting company that's coming in. Despite how bad things look, we have to work our way through it as a council and as an administration. I'm not ready to throw in the towel. I'm sorry. I'm still on the council. I get paid. They're getting paid. We're not in the position to throw in the towel. We have got to figure this out. We've got people on the payroll whom we are paying umpteen dollars to design a youth center. The demolition of McCarroll has taken place. We've got to move forward here, and we have got to solve this problem. And the major one, how are we going to pay for this rec center? We can do it. We can do it, but we've got to work together to figure out, to put that plan together. I was hopeful that we would be able to put it together with the finance director. That's not going to happen. We are now going to have to put that plan together with a finance consulting firm. But the bottom line is we will have to put together the plan for funding the rec center. And I believe that that can get done. So I will be voting yes because I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to say what we can't do when we can. It's just as easy to say, yes, we can do this, as it is to say, oh, no, we can't. Because you don't know that we can, that we can't. No more than I don't know that we can. But I think we have gone too far with this rec center to give up now. We've got some serious challenges, But I think if we all work together, put our heads together, we can make this work. We don't have a choice, really. We really don't have a choice. I think the people on the payroll need to understand that they're going to have to get off the pot and get something done. You're getting paid to do a job here, and there just is no excuse for you not doing it. We have got to make this work. We need a plan to finance that youth center. We need a plan, and that's got to happen. And I think council has a responsibility to work with the administration to get that done. I believe it can get done, and so I will be supporting it.
Council firmly, I think all of council agrees there needs to be a plan and a strategy that finances and funds the Youth Recreation Center that works, that's feasible, that's manageable. The administration moved heaven and earth to get before council an approved conceptual design to land a timeline. And then when they moved heaven and earth, in part, it set us up for some of these headaches now with even the finance director vacancy that we have today. But setting that aside, when they moved heaven and earth to get a conceptual design before council and through council, August is to September, September is to October, October is to November. That's 3 months at least, where I have not seen any material progress that puts more concrete plan or strategy about the financing or funding of it. At the Finance and Personnel Committee meeting on Thursday, part of the reason why we're reaching some of these frustrations is that the departing finance director gave us very clear and very concerning signals about the challenges with how you get there, how you can be eligible to get a credit rating, how you can be, moving forward with municipal bonds if that's the funding path that's set forward. Now, the administration should not be rewarded for not having that better, outlined. I am not trying to reward them on that. I don't want to send that message to them, though, and close off this process. If this yes vote obligated us or, tied our hands to X millions of dollars that it must be constructed, I'd be a no, because they have not shown the community in this council that this is a priority enough that they're going to get in and down to brass tacks and explain how this is not going to jeopardize the city and our finances. But should those decisions come that would be millions of dollars being decided, if we are still at this early elementary stage and they have not spelled out how we are safeguarding and protecting the taxpayers and the solvency of the city here, we all remember what Pontiac has been through. That's the reason why that the council is so alarmed about the leadership vacuum on finances broadly, is that we never want to jeopardize the full faith and credit and viability and financial stability of this great city. It was so painful. We have felt that pain, and it will reverberate for decades to come. We're trying to avoid that calamity. So I, as a city council person, will not be voting to tie us into something unless and until there's a plan, there's a strategy, and it's sound. What this vote does tonight, it allows us to move with a pre-construction manager. It does not lock us in. So I am a yes vote on this, where it gives them maybe breathing of a few days, maybe a few weeks. We'll see what insanity is to come with ARPA obligation, but at least when the pre-construction manager and construction manager, that doesn't put us in financial jeopardy. Contracted attorney, can you speak further in terms of any financial exposure or liability by this particular action?
No, you're exactly right. I mean, all we're doing is continuing basically with the pre-construction phase, but communicating with the construction manager that we are going to hire them for the construction phase, and part of that is getting the bids and getting pricing and then coming back to you and saying, here's what it's going to cost, a firm price. And then at that point you can say, we can't afford it. Then don't go forward. But it's like the chicken and the egg. You got to have them do the design, do the cost estimating, come back to you and say, here's what it's going to cost. And then you can say yes or no. And if you can't afford it, then you stop. Or you figure something else out, or you de-scope the work. But all you're doing right now is just signing a contract saying, here's the process. Here's what we're going to do. Here's how we're going to continue estimating. Here's how we're going to lock in our markup once we get the pricing. But you're not committing to millions of dollars. I agree. If you don't have the money to pay for it, you can't do it. but you're not there yet. You're still in the pre-con phase, working your way up, eventually going to get a guaranteed maximum price proposal, either for the whole project or for portions of it. And then you can decide, do we have the money or not? If you do, and you want to go forward, great. If you don't, then you've got to cancel the project or descope it. Those are your options. Everyone does it. That's the way it works.
Got it. Thank you. Council, well, we got a few hands. So Councilman Rutherford?
So I hear you saying we could or we won't, but we only voted on this because we were told we had a clear pathway. We were told this. So pardon me if I'm scared because we didn't lie to folks, because we was lied to. And that's the truth. We were lied to. We were told we have a clear pathway. We're going to get this money. Everybody was excited. He called Norbert. Norbert went all off on us on Facebook because I'm trying to tell everybody, and Michael told people, and Karen told people, we can't afford it. So I'm scared because we already locked in for somebody to build the $3 million we gave. Who was the people we gave that $3 million to? With Chicago, the Chicago firm. Thank you, brother. We did that because we believed them. We believed them. And now the financial director, because she was a gangster, she said, no, ma'am, and no, sir, there is no clear pathway. And that's why I'm saying, at some point, we got to be like, cuz we didn't got lied to. I know y'all don't like that word, lie, falsehood. We been played, and I'm scared. Because long after you gone and he gone on to glory, we still got to live here. And I don't want to be the one to say, and I'm sorry, I voted for this because of the pressures and the misinformation and the blatant lies, because that's what they did. They lied to us. So I get what you're saying, but I don't believe nothing that come from that side. So I don't know what to tell you because, I'm voting no, but we got to be, we got to stop this. That's all I'm saying. I know you're saying it don't mean nothing, but everything we do means something, President. Every time we give this administration grace, they have spit in our face. They have, and I know they don't want to hear that. I know, listen, I'm public enemy number one, but I'm calling what it is. You cannot trust nothing that is being told based upon when we find out the truth, it's already too late. We didn't vote for it. We was told, this is all I'm going to say. We was told this Mattie Park needed to be finished, even though I told y'all it was political. And they did all this rabble rousing. And at the end of the day, it was political. We was told the youth center had to be done. It's political because they want to get reelected. But I don't care no more. I care about people that we got to still live with. And I don't want to be emotional. I'm being real. We are being played. Played, man.
Councilman Parker, followed by Pro Tem Carrington.
Thank you, Brother President. I just want to know, after reading the resolution itself, how much does this contract cost?
Well, for now, you're just indicating that you're going to continue paying the pre-construction phase fee of $21,020, and you're agreeing to a process. You're agreeing that eventually they'll get bids, and when they get bids, they'll come back to you and say, this is what it's going to cost. This is what their markup is for their fee. Will you agree to go forward? And they'll guarantee to do it for that price. So you're just agreeing to the process right now because the design is not done. So no one can tell you exactly. There's an estimate. We have an estimate which is within the budget that has been, when you decide on which concept plan, they're still within that $37 million total project.
So you said 41,000.
21,020.
21,020.
That's the pre-con fee.
And how long would this contract be for the duration?
Does
the money increase?
If you agree to this, and nothing will really happen financially until they come back to you with a guaranteed maximum price proposal, but the whole project will take end of 2026, I think.
26.
Yeah, December 2026 will probably be done.
Thank you.
And just to keep in mind with the ARPA funds, we got to have this from my perspective, you need this full contract for it to show that the funds show the project's been obligated. So you might have an issue if you just kept the pre-con only phase beyond this year. So that's the other reason, just that's in the background. You'd be taking a bigger risk if you don't have this from that perspective.
So you're saying we will, and I hate to cuss because I'm a preacher, but you're basically telling me I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't.
Well, the good news is you're really not committing yourself to financially to anything else. I mean, you're paying your architect to go forward. You want the construction manager's full attention by this contract, but you're really not committing to anything of significant costs until they come back to you with the guaranteed maximum price proposal. And they're going to need your blessing to go forward with that process. That's where the real dollars are going to go.
And that process is going to take until 26, you say?
No, they're going to come back in the spring or summer of next year saying the design is done, we've gone out, we've got bids, here's what it's going to cost. Do you want to agree to pay, let's just say $31 million, that's the current estimate, to go forward. But by then, you're going to have to make sure you have the funding in place.
Okay, Pro Tem Carrington, you have the
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I understand everybody on the panel, as well as myself when it comes to financing. But I also want to tell this council that the scope of this project doesn't have to be $37 million. We haven't got to that point. I definitely didn't want to shoot for the $49 million. But we agreed that if they couldn't raise the funds with philanthropy, that we had an opportunity to scope this project into something more manageable that we can afford as a city. So I just want to let everybody keep that in mind. I never thought that we can raise $40 million. I was hoping that we can raise $40 million. So the thing is that I definitely want to see us build a rec center in this city. And if council has to come to a point and say, hey, we need to bring that scope down, reasonable, then that's what I'm for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Jones, the second time.
Yes, second and last time speaking. Timing is everything. And that is pretty much the theme of what I'm about to say here. We, as you said, could agree to the pre-construction, go through the designs, and come out next year in the same position, or, maybe closer to the goal. But, moral of the story here, attorneys don't spend time on cases they don't think they're going to win. I don't feel we should spend time right now allocating time, resources, money to this project that is not clear when we have other more pressing matters. I don't want to lose this ARPA funding, but I encourage council to think of it like this. I mean, I don't want to abandon the idea. We do need a youth center. We're talking about the revitalization of Pontiac, every week. We do need a youth center. We need an updated library. We need an ice skating rink, and we need a Starbucks and a movie theater. But this is not the time for that right now. Yes, we'll lose the ARPA funding, but if the vision is solid and the path is clear, supporters, and if our finances are handled, supporters will come to to join in the journey when the time is right, when we're in a better position to handle a contract like this. And there is nothing in my repertoire of business knowledge that would allow me to agree with this in, all honesty. It probably will pass, but I want my opinion expressed, and I want everyone to know why I am voting no. This is a business decision.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to add context to the conversation for the residents who were not privy to subcommittee meeting and to other information that has been shared directly with City Council. So it has been said that there was bombshell information that came out, and I would like to say that whereas that may have been news to some individuals, there was not a sudden amazing shift in where the city's finances were. The finance director, Ms. Deanne Irby, looked at the finances and looked at everything that was there and said that in her opinion, she believed that this was a very aggressive project. I think everyone on council has always said that this is a very aggressive project. It has been stated that we cannot get the bonds or we cannot do a bond. That is not a correct statement. It is true that the city does not currently have a bond rating. That is not new information. That is something that has been known, has been discussed in the past. The process to get a bond rating is something that we have discussed about going through and what we would be doing. But it is not as if this information is suddenly available and was not available before. That is the sum total of what I wanted to say.
Well, I hope that felt good to get off your chest. We have a motion before us. It's at the crossroads, and your ability to convince me that I should keep my yes vote a yes is about saying that I am not accurate or delusional to say it's not a bombshell that after 3 weeks, your finance director flew the coop, does not want to work here. That's a bombshell I learned Thursday after the Finance and Personnel Subcommittee meeting. I think that's a bombshell. In that subcommittee meeting, as they identified, this outgoing finance director identified all these critical, basic elementary functions that aren't happening with the city's finances. Those were eye-opening, shocking, and bombshells to me, where you've already heard council members express lack of confidence in the basic functioning and execution of the finances that are necessary to do projects large and small. I find that to be a bombshell category. And also, the finance director is sharing to the city council they don't see any tangible plan or strategy to fund or finance a youth recreation center. And she didn't say of X amount. She was saying, period.
That's what she said.
That there isn't a funding strategy. In the 3 months since we've approved the conceptual design, we don't have it. If it's there, it has not been provided to city council unless anyone else can illuminate to me a broad strategy, not even the specific hands-on nuts and bolts strategy. So out of frustration, I will not change my yes vote to a no vote to cut off my own nose, because it's not my nose. It's all 62,000 of our nose. I'll allow the pre-construction process to go forward, but do not think that the city council and the citizens of Pontiac would not find the hollowing out of the city's basic finances good. Not a bombshell. It's a bombshell to me, and we'll get into that furthermore. But in terms of the ability to feel good or confident that they can handle basic projects, let alone massive, complex projects that could be a bulk of our general fund if we don't bond for it or we don't get grants for it, we got to know what we're signing up for. So those decisions will come, but I find it to be a bombshell, and I'm not a bombshell exclamation kind of guy. But yeah, that's a bombshell. And that is what came out of Finance and Personnel. To the specific point that the deputy mayor has made about our bonding capacity, Councilwoman Rutherford did not imply that we did not ever know. What the finance director on her way out is telling the taxpayers and the city council is that we don't even have the basic functions of paying bills, of bank reconciliations, and other basic functions of finances that would even make you eligible to go for municipal bonding. And that's what the council members are trying to express, their worry and concern about major commitment, us the taxpayers making that commitment. So tonight, we can go forward on a pre-construction manager, we can clear this tiny little hurdle, but make no mistake, this city council will not approve a blank check or an unfunded mandate, no matter how noble the cause is, across the board in any category. So we don't have to quibble over, what's gaslighting, what's bombshells, what's a lie, or what's just a promise that can't be fulfilled. But these are serious matters, and this city council and this city council person will not try and repeat the mistakes of decades past that signed us up for bills we couldn't pay when they came due. And that's that. Any other discussion on the pre-construction
Call for the
manager
vote.
resolution?
I call for the vote.
Okay, if there's no more discussion, we can vote. Clerk Doyle, roll call on adoption of the resolution on Clark White.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Abstain.
I don't, it's the, can,
You can't
you can, if the city attorney, can,
No.
He voted no, honey.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
No.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
No.
Rutherford. No. 3 yeas, 4 nays.
Y'all,
All right, that concludes number 10. We are at the new number 11 on the
So
agenda.
moved.
It's a resolution prohibiting images or promotions of elected officials, candidates for office on the cover of city newsletters, mailings in 2025. It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. So this matter is before us. It's a council resolution. Councilman Rutherford, go for it.
Yes. Let me clear my throat. How y'all doing? Whereas the city of Pontiac has improved the regularity, information, content, and usefulness of regular mailings and city communication with residents in the past 3 years, including the printing and mailing of a quarterly city newsletter, and whereas the city newsletter is complied and designed by the city staff and contractors, and the cost of printing and postage is paid by the city taxpayer funds. And whereas the city of Pontiac has entered into a year of municipal elections in 2025, where the mayor position and all the council seats will be decided by voters now. Therefore, be it resolved, the Pontiac City Council prohibits the images of promotion of current elected officials in the city or prospective candidates for the city office on the front page of future City of Pontiac newsletters or other printed communications mailed to Pontiac households in 2025. And further resolve, the City Council encourages the spotlighting of Pontiac's many destinations, Pontiac parks, Pontiac neighborhoods, Pontiac's natural beauty, and Pontiac's progress to be on the cover of the future city newsletters and other printed communications mailed to the Pontiac household. That was signed November 19, 2024.
Okay, that's the motion before us. Any discussion?
I do have one thing.
Councilman Rutherford.
I think that this is important because people can be using the taxpayer dollars to promote themselves instead of promoting the city. And I applaud you for having this done. That's it.
Councilman Goodman.
I mean, just to say it transparently, as someone who does a lot of political work in other cities, specifically Wayne County and the city of Detroit, I'd prefer that we not act like Janice Winfrey through this election, which means not using taxpayer dollars to campaign for yourself.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the resolution prohibiting images or promotions of elected officials, candidates for office on the cover of city newsletters and mailings in 2025.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
No.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, 1 nay.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are now at public comment. Any requests pro tem?
Ms. Karen Jurgensen?
The microphone isn't on yet. It's the button to the right on the base.
There we go. Good evening, everyone. Karen Jorgensen, resident of downtown Pontiac, owner of Pontiac Still Art Theater, the Green Room Cafe, Karen Jorgensen Associates, K&R Studios, and 47 North Inc. I am numb. I was hoping for quite a long time that the ARPA funds would have been distributed by now. And I do know that Deborah Younger and her team have been diligent about trying to get things moved forward, and my appreciation to their hard work, even though they've had so many obstacles. I know that I met with our city attorney and asked, why these contracts had been sitting on her desk for technical support since January, and just got round and round about, who, what, where. I've also been trying to get parking instigated or implemented downtown. It's been detrimental for quite a long time, and even the mayor doesn't know whether we're getting ticketed or not ticketed. I know that Mark was here earlier to try and get something forward with the downtown lots. That has been put off since I've been living downtown, almost 16 years now. We just are down to Bank of America being an ATM now. We don't have a grocery store. We don't have a pharmacy. We don't have a lot of things. We have 6 years that we've been waiting to get the marijuana license through, and I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I'm just saying the reality is if we don't look at what needs to get done ASAP, we've got 29 plus buildings sitting downtown that a great economic development that we are not taking advantage of. There's dollars sitting around. There's businesses that want to get started. There's people like myself, selfishly, that want to employ more people. I want to grow my cafe. I want to grow my theater. I want to grow my other businesses, but I just feel like my hands are tied. And today, I was hoping that I would hear that our place got a grant so that we could move forward. But we didn't. And so you just get more creative as an entrepreneur. So now it should be all hands on deck. That 28 or 22, whatever $1 million it is, that money needs to be sat down and looked at, like how can we allocate this money and use it to the best? Yes, we need a rec center. It's not going to happen this year, but the monies that we could use towards other things to grow economically downtown, let's put that money forth to that. I am here to volunteer, whatever you need. I don't care if I need to wash your clothes or bring you food or proofread anything. Let me know. My building's open to help in any way to get this ARPA fund done. Thank you.
There is a couple of reports upcoming on the agenda, including Cypria and the status of the Finance Department. I went to the Finance Subcommittee meeting last week, particularly so I could address some of the questions that I had about Cypria. Cypria, you should really, and I argued this point at the Finance Subcommittee meeting, go ahead and tell the retirees what's going on. You have the letter from the attorneys, so rather than be duplicitous and try to hide that, go ahead and tell them what's going on so they can not be hanging on and just wondering what the process is. No reason to hang that back from them. The other matter was the ARPA, and I still continue to champion the fact that we need more money at these, as the hours are winding down, that go directly to the citizens, to the businesses, to the taxpayers to help to rebuild our community. So I see, Council, you're thinking about that now. I hope you will hold your backs up. I know the administration is opposed to that. But I think I want you to know that we encourage you to do that. That's what should have come out of this ARPA money. And rather than lose it and all these other projects that may not come to fruition in time, go ahead and do that. That's what we actually got the money for in the beginning time. And 9% is not enough to go directly to our citizens and our businesses that needed the most, that they were supposed to get it. At least I intended for them to get it for the COVID relief. And there's all kinds of people in town who are wondering where their $25,000 are to repair their homes and the renovations. Businesses that can benefit from this. So that's why I went to the Finance Subcommittee meeting to argue that point. And I think, as I hear your discussion now, I think you're finally coming around to that too. So stick to your guns and get that done for the benefit of this community. This is one-time money. The other matter that I went to the Finance Subcommittee was what you were talking about. I said, how can we be spending $37 million on a youth recreation center and I haven't seen any financial plan? How do you do that? Okay. And so as I listened to the finance director, and this was her first meeting too, and she told you just what you're hearing now, that the city is not ready for that. There is no plan. This is a dangerous financial unpreparedness, what we're doing right now, until we get some basic things. She said, yes, the bond rating, if you're dependent on that, you're not ready to get a bond rating yet. And that was disturbing to me because I know when I had hired a financial advisor for the city 4 years ago when we were in good shape. He said, look, if we went out for a bond rating, you'd be an A- rating in the city of Pontiac. So you mean we've fallen so low now? That's very disturbing and distressing.
Thank you, Dr. Warner.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Wilkins, and I'm here to talk about the retirees. For a few weeks, I've been coming to City Hall, and I've been giving a few words for you to think about regarding the retirees. One of them was excuses, the other one was inadequate, and the other one, my favorite one, bamboozled. Okay, today I come to you, I'd like to tell you a after 9 o'clock story. Bedtime story. This story begins with the CEO giving an important assignment to two different parties to make sure the city of Pontiac retiree gets their $400 stimulus and their retroactive pay along with health insurance. He gave this test to these two people, two parties, so that they both agreed that the $400 was something that should happen. Well, as time went on, every week, every month, the CEO would ask, well, what's been going on? Well, what have you did with getting the retirement money? Here come the word excuses. Excuses was made. And the excuses was inadequate. They did not give a good reason. And I'm telling you, the CEO put this together and he said, well, I figure I'm being bamboozled. I'm figuring out that the money, I brought a bank statement. I call this my bank statement. And what it is it's a retirement system summary and an annual report. And it gives how many employees, retirees, are living, how much money they spent, what is in my deposit, because I am a retiree. And right now with this one, it says over $500 million. Now, they give a 30-year time that they said that this money can be spent for the retirees, 30 years. I'm in my 70s. I ain't gonna make it to 30 years. Okay? So what I'm saying now is, what's happening? Who's being bamboozled? What's being done to help us get what we deserve? I want to ask you a question. What if you was a CEO and you have been working with these people for the last 3 years to try to get this? What would you do with these people that could not give you an adequate answer? Thank you.
I got a lot to talk about at the next council meeting. Some things I see that I haven't seen before. Greetings to Aunt Millie. Anyway, it's been a while since being here at council meeting, but after 24 years of hardly missing a meeting, a well-deserved reprieve from this mess was needed, but I'm back. The proposed dismantling of departments of education, justice, and placing known people of low moral character in key positions who are wholly unqualified without vetting or scrutinous interrogation is tantamount to the construction of fascism. Beyond that, is the unharnessing of factions in this country who see Trump as a bellwether for free and unbridled expression of racist ideology masked as making America great again. Someone please tell me when America was great in the context where her Constitution and even her amendments were equally and fairly distributed to all her legal citizens. Democracy was and is an experiment that is yet to be fully realized. Until such time, America may be a great military power. She may be a great economic force, unless you take into account she is a now pure debtor nation to China. But she has waffled and staggered like a drunken sailor when it comes to human rights. To think that in 2024, some 60 years after the Civil Rights Bill and Voting Rights Act that supposedly ended the perils of Plessy versus Ferguson and the Hayes Compromise of 1877, the country would opt for a self-proclaimed dictator who seeks to set up oligarchy and eventual being a despot. Those who opted for this will soon feel buyer's remorse as debate of immigration and false claims of future economic prosperity morph into the fancies of the mercurial temperament of the total narcissism and self-indulgence of a dictator who courts other world dictators. In conclusion, as so-called black folk, this situation provides us the opportunity to turn to self-determination and some resignation that in some ways we must be politically monolithic, economically self-serving, and seek culturally enriching experiences. It's root, hog, or die. And by the way, none of the House Negro Coonin' Toms like Carson, Tim Scott, Mark Robinson, Candace Owens, none of them got a position in his administration, and that was predictable.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Carlton Jones.
And who's on deck?
Mr. Bass is on deck.
Mm-hmm. Welcome back, Quincy. I miss you, man. We miss you. Let me just say, I've been holding off on this. Mayor, you chased me down several times before you was running for election. You knew about TDC. You knew what we was doing. You was all gang-ho for it. I asked for a meeting early on with you about workforce development, how important it was in this city. You have not invited me one time to sit down and see how I can help you. You or your staff just recently reached out when they got this master plan. I can't do nothing but point that at you. And if you second guessing what TDC was all about, it's about the people. It's not about Carlton Jones. It's not about me, it's about our people here. You don't know Pontiac, Mayor. You don't know the people or you don't care. I'm being point blank today. Because this coming right now, Council, the honeymoon went way longer than it should have. Mike McGinnis, I was so proud of you tonight, for how you spoke up. Because to be truthful, Melanie has really stepped up as a legislator and started asking the type of question that council always need to ask. We can be optimistic, but this ain't about being optimistic. This is about dollars and cents. That's what got us in trouble before, dollars and cents. And if we ain't careful trying to say what we want about a rec center or whatever it is, I'm telling you, it's the dollars and cents. And there's two important pieces of a city government that we don't have in place. That's accounting and legal. And if we try to go forward and act like we can go forward without those things in place, we're fooling ourselves. The good news, TDC has been shortlisted for that community grant that I told you guys about with EPA. You hear me, Mayor? You asked me about that. You haven't gave a dime to help us. We've been shortlisted. That doesn't mean we're going to be guaranteed, but we asked for $15 million to come to help people in Pontiac. I'm working real hard right now to see if we can push that across the finish line. Don't come say what we did because you didn't do nothing to help TDC do that. Not a dime. And we had all this ARPA money to do something with, and I kept asking you about it. It was no priority to you or your staff people. And right now you want to say $500,000 for workforce development. That's ridiculous. You should have $2 or $3 million, $4 million for workforce development, for economic development for people in our city. Yeah, I'm a little hot about it now, Mayor. But you know what? It's election time, and it's too late. You can say now, if you don't want to do it for Carlton, that's okay. That's all right. because you showed your hand with me. Not once you called me and they say how, and I offered to help a lot. You don't take the people who come around here and ask them to come help you in administration. It's time out now. Workforce development is still on the table. I don't want to get no peanuts.
That does
Thank
conclude your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Robert Bass.
Good evening, Robert Bass, Citizen District Council, District 1 again. First off, I just want to ask y'all, how many programs have been offered up and has come to fruition and have been funded? How much of that ARPA money came in for residents, for the residents to have, to do whatever they needed to do to their homes or whatever? How much have they put restrictions on? The same thing y'all just got through talking about is a 10% restrictions on some of that money. And you got to have a track record like Mr. Jones had to have in order to get any money from the city, whether ARPA money or anything else. This city is making residents do what y'all say that they don't need to do. And I don't understand that. It don't make sense to me. Because I get calls every week about residents getting tickets, senior residents getting tickets for grass that's less than 6 inches high. Now I see a new ordinance come to my house, and me and my wife had to talk about it, about all the overgrowth. And if you got overgrowth on your property, then you're gonna have to take care of it by a certain time. Now that number 6 ordinance that y'all passed not too long ago said in it that if people got a house and they don't pass all the inspections and all of this, and it builds up, after a while you could put a lien on their house. So that means a lot of people are going to be losing houses because you're saying the administration can do stuff that the residents can't. Because all of those lots that are overgrown, all of them are not the city, but there are a lot of city, there are a lot of county, and there are a lot of commercial properties that's out there overgrown, and nobody's done anything about it. We've been complaining about it for 10, 15 years, and it hasn't changed in the last 3 years. So all I'm saying is, y'all just got through talking about something that really hurt my feelings, because basically, you're saying whether it's 34 million or 84 million. You're saying you're going to take a chance on that being put on our backs. Because if you spend some more money, you in for a penny, you in for a pound, you're going to say, oh, well, we done spent X amount of dollars, we got to keep going, we can't stop now. But you don't say that to us when we ask for money that was given to us freely. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Mr. Kermit Williams.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I wanted to continue on making sure this $14.7 million does not go to waste. I think that now is the time, because y'all have consultants, especially about finance, that are not part of the city, that is going to do a job that they're ordered to do and nothing outside of that job, that you reach out to Congresswoman Haley Stevens, and you also reach out to County Executive Dave Coulter. The county has one of the best economic teams. Y'all mentioned it earlier about working with them, and also reach out to Treasurer Wittenberg. Because over this next month and a half, you're going to have to make sure that everything is in place. And so the Congresswoman in her office can tell you everything that's in the scope of the ARPA money as far as money being obligated. And so we need to not only get her on the record, because if y'all don't make it to the deadline, you're going to need a push from her to be able to extend the money in any shape, form, or fashion. Again, having special meetings is going to be crucial in order for this to happen. I know y'all have long meetings and do the things that you need to do, but I would implore y'all to remove everything else that is not critical for the agenda until you guys go on Christmas recess other than the ARPA dollars. So
Order in the chambers.
As far as any resolution that has to do with public parks and other things, ordinances about grass cutting, or even including contracts that won't be built because nobody breaks ground in wintertime, they break ground in the spring. So there's no point in hiring any kind of construction managers or anything until you get a wraparound on what you have actually there to allocate. So I know that there's a lot of blame to go around, but these are some simple solutions. Reaching out to the entities that have the most to gain from this, our Congresswoman's office, also our county executive office. Everybody has a stake in this, and they have more staff available than the council has. You guys only have the clerk's office at your disposal and a couple of people that y'all have in the office. And right now, you can't trust that everybody is going to do everything in good faith for this month and a half. So to have other elected officials that we duly elected, some of them we just re-elected, come to the table and actually help Pontiac, because they've taken a lot away from Pontiac and they've benefited. So now will be a good time for them to come and actually earn all of the dollars that they need, putting all hands on deck from the federal level to the county level, and also the state, bringing them in to use some expert minds to help y'all with things that y'all can't do with city capacity. You only have a limited amount of employees, so you need to bring all hands to deck, because $14.7 million in a struggling city cannot go away. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Andrea Manns, she's not here. Pastor Kathy Desiree.
I can't remember the last time I've been this angry. I've been coming to these meetings for close to 9 years now. I've sat through 2 administrations. I've seen people blame everybody but themselves. There's such a simple solution, and it keeps being overlooked. I worked in the corporate world for a long time before I became a pastor. We'd be given a pot of money, but it wasn't hopeful money. It was money we had or money that was in writing that we were going to have. We were given what our objective was, and we were told we had X number of whatever the timeline was. We reported every week or every other week or every month or even every other month, depending on the timeline, in writing to those in authority over us, who replied back to us in writing. We had a paper trail. Who said what to who when? When things didn't go the right way, we called a meeting. And we sat down and we figured out how we tweaked the plan to make it work. Or we discovered that the plan wouldn't work and we'd spent a lot of money, but we didn't spend the whole pot. But we didn't spend money we didn't have. When we were first presented with this plan, we were told we had this grant and we could have this and we had this, and there were people on the council who said, that's not sure enough for us. Our kids need a rec center, but this city cannot go back into bankruptcy. They cannot do it again. You're going to say, well, you're not a native girl. Well, I'm from around Oakland County. This city can't stand another bankruptcy. Carlton gives us a way out or a way to help week after week after week. Nobody listens. Well, I'm just the old lady in the group. Nobody listens. But I'm telling you, we've lived through some stuff. We are of an age, Carlton's still working through it, where we know what works and what does not work. And this sitting here week after week after week, lying to each other is ridiculous. And if you think the city doesn't know it, you're sadly mistaken, because they laugh at you week after week after week. And frankly, can't wait for the election. And I keep trying to coax them to calm down. It'll change. Things are going to get better. You're the only ones who could make that happen.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Linda Watson.
Linda Watson. I was coming down and I wanted to try to lighten the mood and give y'all some good news. I got my sign, street sign. I was happy about that. I saw them working on the sidewalks on Motor. I'm like, they're out here. I saw the street sweepers come by. I was like, I'm going to go down and say something good. I'm going to do that, you know. And then I get this. 14, we're going to lose 14 million. I mean, I guess, oh, the other thing, before I forget, I was trying to find Maddie Hatchett's park. I thought Maddie lived on Whittemore, but she, I guess, lives on Perkins. So I found Perkins finally, and I'm like, we're going to spend $1 million on this lot?
Order in the chambers. The resident has the floor.
I'm like, Perkins, everybody knows is maybe 2 blocks long.
Order in the chambers. The resident has the floor.
Who is the park for? It's a neighborhood park, okay, but I can't see spending $1 million there. And if you put a basketball thing in there for the young people, I'm not so sure the neighbors want that when they get out there and you know they smoking and everything. So I was going to come down and say that doesn't make sense. Absolutely does not. Who's going to go to that park other than the neighbors?
Order in the chambers. The resident is who has the floor.
So I'm saying if it's on the corner Main Street, you could probably justify it, but no way can you justify spending $1 million on Perkins Street for a park. But now I'm at, we might lose this. That's your priority. Everything else gets put to the side. You've got to commit that $14 million. You can't be discussing other things. We got to keep the money. And then your other priority is the police and fire. So let's concentrate on those things. For you only got 3 weeks. Put your minds on solving those problems and leave the other things till next year.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. That concludes your public comment.
He said her public comment. There's a second sheet.
Yeah, I haven't got to it yet. I
He
haven't
said
got,
that
I haven't got
concludes
to
her public comment, not all
comments.
public comments.
Ms. Gloria Miller.
Order in the chambers. The resident has the floor.
I'm talking to the citizens of Pontiac. I know some said she's been coming down here for 9. I've been coming down here for 27. And I don't mind telling my age. I done walked these streets and tried to survive the city. Bass. Much heart. Appreciate you. I know what we have done for this city. People don't know what we did because it wasn't going to even be no council meetings till we marched and said, you won't do this to us. People wonder why I have the passion when I come down here because I see a council. I'm looking at this. Don't you guys know that Lansing is looking at this? City manager, emergency manager is coming back. It's on its way back. It's on its way back. And we fought so damn hard not to bring that back here. So damn hard. And Mayor, the former mayor, the worst thing I did, I'll say it, I'll put it on record. We should have spent the money. Some people think that I love you. I don't hate you. I don't hate nobody. But I tell truth. I tell my own mother when she's wrong, so you know I'm going to tell you. You should have did right by the money. It wouldn't have never got to him because he did worse than he could have ever done. First, I go by Rachel Maddow come on TV. I don't watch what people say. I watch what they do, Carlton. First of all, the bridge not done. GER's not done. And now we were talking about the rec center done. What are you going to run on, Mayor? Hell, you ain't did nothing. You ain't finished nothing. You haven't finished not one thing. And that's not personal. It's just fact. It's fact. It's just like running a home. And I'm calling all the women of the city of Pontiac. People talk about they want to run for mayor. Let's just don't put anybody in this seat anymore, y'all. Let's get together and come together. White, blacks, Hispanic, everybody. Let's put somebody in that seat that love us, that care about this community. Everybody. We are family. We are tired of this mess. If you don't live here, you got no allegiance here, buy a house here, convince me. Don't rent nothing else. I'm telling you guys something. This city is a joke. Last thing that is looking at that. And I'm going to have to say this, and I'm going to put it out there for them because election over there in there. Moss, Haley Stevens, and I'm going to have to call Brittany Carter too. For the last 3 years, they seen that Tim Grimer haven't been doing a damn thing with that money. They should have came down here and said, Mayor, what are you doing with the money? If I was state rep, I'm coming to ask him, what are you doing with the money I gave you? Where is it? Nothing on the bridge. Nothing. No work, nothing. Mike, I commend you for what you did tonight. Everybody thought I want your job. I want your job. I'm blessed. I'm not worried about nothing. I don't want nothing from the city. Nothing. But I do share. You guys share the responsibility. You made that monster. Now you got to fix it.
Yes, sir.
That does conclude your time.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Yes. Leslie Stanley.
Yes.
I really hate to come and add to the issues that are at hand. When Tim Grimer was elected mayor, we spoke on the phone for quite a while. I explained to him that I had voted for Deirdre Waterman. She was really great to me during her administration, and we have ties, and I trusted her. But I wished him well. I wanted him to do well. And I didn't know all of this was going on. But I'm in this escrow program, this new program that they have, because my landlord wasn't registered in the city, and it's another one. Oh, he didn't have his inspections. So Clarence Cohen told me I could come down here and get in this program, pay my rent to the city, and then the city would give my money back in 30 days. Well, that wasn't happening on time, so I had to have a conversation with this Brianna Fields girl, and she had an attitude like I worked for her and that she didn't work for me. And she told me that I could get out the program if I couldn't wait for my money. And then I talked to Jack McIntyre, and he told me that he started this program because he had it in Detroit before he came here, and it worked well, but it's not working well for the city of Pontiac. And I had to, they said I couldn't get evicted if I was in this program. I'm in court right now, getting evicted. because my landlord went downtown and told a bunch of lies, and, you know, now we got to go to court. And I always paid my rent on time. If it wasn't for this escrow program, me and him would have never had a problem. But they lulled me into this program, promising me money, and, you know, you're not going to get evicted, don't worry about it. It's not working because I am in court. And this city is a landlord city. My landlord was down there kikiing with the girls at 50th District Court like they was best friends. And if that apartment wasn't registered, he wasn't supposed to be able to evict me. It's something about clean hands. You can't come into court knowing that you did something that you were supposed to do and you didn't do it. So
That does conclude your time.
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stanley. Rosalind Norcross? She's gone. That concludes public comment, President McGinnis.
Okay, the next two items are discussions. First is status of retiree benefit settlement update, and then status update and next steps for the city's finance department reorganization. On status of retiree benefit settlement update, Mayor Grimal, do you have any updates for the residents?
I do. We have a scheduled meeting with Cypria and the attorneys scheduled for later this week. That's the first time we've actually sat down in a few months, so we're cautiously optimistic that we may be able to reach a resolution here in the next couple days through this in-person meeting.
Okay. So the City Council voted last week on a resolution asking for a written update and direct answers from the city's attorneys working on this very high priority matter that's been going on for years, and that when we started, this City Council thought that a satisfactory conclusion and resolution could be shortly well in hand. So as we are concluding our third year of service as council members, our patience is worn. And this is a serious matter. We want to see it resolved satisfactorily as best as possible. The city's attorneys are available for a closed session at our next City Council meeting, so we'll have a closed session to receive the update. The administration, following our request, we got new information the middle of last week from the city's attorneys about sort of the continuing negotiating positions in which it feels like there's another front that still has to be resolved. So we want to hear that that's put to bed quickly and we can move towards conclusion, because as I shared at last week's City Council meeting, we, for the first time, asking for that written timeline, it will take at least a minimum, an ideal scenario of 8 months after the vote comes before City Council. And there hasn't been a vote by City Council yet, even though we've communicated we stand ready for it. So we want to right-size our expectations that were so optimistic and so eager 2.5 years ago, so that there will be many more months about hearings and updates and all these different sort of steps that are 30 days here, 45 days here, and we're going to keep the community updated every step of the way with what we know and hopefully push for more solutions and more information. This will remain an update each council meeting unless and until we get a solution, a conclusion. Council?
I want to apologize again to the retirees. We lost another one since 9/68. And I apologize even if it doesn't carry any weight, because I'm sorry. I feel bad, Miss Watson, that you can't plant your tulips the way you want to. I feel bad, Miss Linda, that every week you got to quote Malcolm X, because we have been bamboozled, led astray, and ran amok. And I just want to apologize to all the retirees, and I will continue along with this council who has been continuing to ask in this administration to just do right by people. We ain't asking people to reinvent the wheel. We ain't asking people to make, money rain. We just ask you to do right by people, because this council voted for y'all to get y'all money backdated. I think it's about $16,000 for the $400 at this point. And I feel bad because y'all can't go on y'all Christmas vacation. So I'm sorry. God bless you.
Councilwoman Jones?
Okay, among the last of times we talked about the problems that Cypria's attorneys were having and the resolution that was needed prior to the actuarial study being completed. Will this meeting this week, well, I guess there's no guarantee there, but is it anticipated for the meeting this week to resolve the issues at hand with Cypria's attorneys and conclude the actuarial study? So that timeline of having a resolution in a few days that Mayor Grimel just stated, is that the timeline for bringing a vote to City Council? Is that the timeline for, and I'm looking for some insight here, what is that timeline referring to? And after this meeting, will there still be an actuarial study that needs to be finalized, or will that be taken care of during this meeting?
Mayor Grimel, would you like to address those questions?
The whole reason why we're meeting is to try to resolve this question that needs to be resolved before the actuarial cost study is finalized. So we're hopeful that we can finalize that at this meeting, and then the actuarial cost study can be finalized in the next couple of weeks.
Any follow-up on that?
No, sir.
Okay. Pro Tem Carrington, followed by
Actually, I'm
Councilwoman
going to
James.
pass.
Okay.
He answered my question.
Okay, Councilwoman James.
Yes, I understand that there have been some additional requests that are being made. Can you elaborate on that, or have those requests been officially brought before the city administration?
Requests
from Cypria.
From Cypria,
yes.
So the conversation with Cypria had always been about the retirees themselves and restoring the monthly stipend for retirees. About a month or so ago, roughly, Cypria brought up beneficiaries as well, and so that's the issue we're trying to resolve.
And that would be definitely a delay in this process, correct?
That's right.
And that's a delay that Cypria has brought up.
That's correct.
So, okay, just want to clarify that because, you know, it just sounds like we want to try to make this a city generated issue. And I've got very close friends who are retirees who know very well that this is not just a city-generated issue, that Cypria has played a major part in the various delays that have taken place. So here again, you know, we're looking at the introduction of a new objective, and if that is approved, or if, you know, if that's something that both the city and Cypria wants to do, it will further delay the process.
Any further discussion? Okay. Hearing no further discussion, we move on to the next status updates on next steps for the city's finance department reorganization. First, want to give the mayor an opportunity to explain to the council and community about the latest developments and what comes next. Mayor Grimel.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, a bombshell was dropped in the sense that after being here 2 weeks on the job, roughly 2.5 weeks, the finance director announced that she is leaving. Very, very disappointing, to say the least. That's an understatement. You know, she was originally confirmed by City Council way back in August. And then after the confirmation of her appointment, but before she started working, she said she changed her mind and didn't want to come here. And that maybe was the first inkling that she wasn't fully committed to the position. But then she changed her mind, reached back out to us and said she did want to come after all. You know, she certainly hit the ground running her first 2 weeks, so we're just very disappointed about her departure. I know that City Council is very disappointed, frustrated, whatever the proper word is as well. We certainly share all of those emotions. We are bringing on Raymond. I want to turn it over to the Deputy Mayor to talk about specifics, but we anticipate Raymond starting work this week to run and manage our accounting operations and financial operations here at the city. And with that, I'll turn it over to the Deputy Mayor to share additional information.
Thank you, Mayor. As the mayor said, the accounting firm of Raymond I have a meeting with them tomorrow morning to talk about them coming in and immediately taking control of the accounting functions of the city. It is the intent to work with them. Director Irby left several recommendations of things that she believes needs to be addressed. It is the intent to work with Raymond on an immediate basis to get a few key things settled, and then negotiating a larger contract with them that will be brought to City Council for a vote. Again, for those who do not know, the administration has the ability to contract for up to $500,000 of acute financial or legal services, and then after that, it needs to come to City Council for approval. It specifically says that the intent of that legislation is not to circumvent the authoritative powers of City Council, and it is the administration's intent not to circumvent the City Council's authoritative powers, but to get someone in here immediately and then to work on a larger contract that can be brought to City Council. And with that, I have any questions that you may have.
Councilman Parker.
You know, as I sit and listen to what we're saying, I believe about 2 months ago I asked, could we not bring on a company to assist whoever we was bringing in at the time so that we can develop them together, that they would find out whatever went on together. And so 2 months later, we're still at the beginning stages of bringing somebody in to investigate. It just seems that we're always investigating but never doing. And that seems to be an ongoing problem. And I don't know anything about the Raymond Company, but I do know if they'd have started 2 months ago, that some of the things that we've discussed today perhaps would not be on the table.
And that question was also posed at the beginning of this year when we first learned that then Finance Director Sadowski had put in his notice in January of this year that he would be departing in February. So a mayoral term, a city council term based on our city charter is 4 years. And in this first year, that first year for mayor and council, it's understandably a transition where they need to get their sea legs, they need to find out, where everything's at. The city is, of course, aware about challenges or questions in terms of where the finances stood and how the best practices were happening with the city prior to that 4-year term beginning. But that first year is, of course, an opportunity for the new administration, those elected by the people of Pontiac, to chart their course forward, get established, hire, confirm department heads, get the gears of local government turning. And I think that the City Council did a very effective job of providing the opportunity for the administration to begin that transition, to make that transition and start the work in terms of confirming the leaders that they identified to make these improvements happen, the investments needed, the professional development, the resources across the board. The second year in a 4-year window becomes more of trust, but verify. And the City Council in that second year was definitely in the mode of, we certainly work together, want to collaborate, trust the administration, but must now more and more verify to make sure the information that we receive and the plans in place, the figures are accurate. And it also involved City Council, including council leadership, on background and one-on-one verbally, trying to work through and make things work better. The third year, to me, has been one last shot, a Hail Mary opportunity for the city's financial operations to get righted and to work. And this City Council considers, speaking, and I welcome my colleagues to correct me if I'm not capturing it right, but this City Council provided one Hail Mary chance to figure the basic functions to make it work right. And what we have seen in this last Hail Mary year is 1 month of a finance director at the beginning of the year, no finance director, no interim even named, and then an interim eventually named, then a finance director position hired or approved by council in August to start in September, and days prior they chose not to, and then they ultimately decide back on October 28th to come back, and now 2 weeks in, they have stated that they do not want to be here. And so that means in this Hail Mary year, you're out of Hail Marys. So now we are entering the fourth and final year, and I guess you could say we're getting a month and a half jump on it because of how dire that bottom falling out of the basic functions of the city's finances. And that's not to say that we are on the verge of financial collapse. It is not to say that the cupboard is bare. It is to say that in this final year, to get it right and get it functioning, it has faltered. And that is true on American Rescue Plan Act dollars. That is true in terms of having stable financial leadership. In August, the City Council adopted a resolution expressing serious alarm, strong alarm about the leadership vacuum with the finance operations for the city. We took other actions that were more specific, but that is something that's telegraphed loud and clear about how dire we considered the matter and wanted to be addressed. And in those 3 months since then, it has gotten worse. It has gotten less clear, less stable, less viable. That gives us confidence, that gives us trust, that gives us a path forward to make sure that the finances are fully operating on all cylinders firing, to protect the resources of us taxpayers, to make sound decisions, to function. And so here we are. I welcome other discussions from council members, but we consider this a very dire situation. When we passed that resolution mid-year, we considered a very dire situation, and we do not, my assessment is that it's still not met as a dire situation based on the response, the communication, it does not feel like an all hands on deck yet and still. And that is my assessment. I welcome other council members, but we, the people and taxpayers of Pontiac, deserve more of an all hands on deck, and we need more in terms of stabilizing our city's finances and the financial operations and filling that leadership vacuum from the administration and from the finance department, which has been in need of reorganization essentially now for 3 years. There have been some times where it's stable or it's got somebody helming it, but there's still a lot more work that needs to do, a lot of catch up to be done. And the city council is expressing our serious and severe concern about the dire nature of that leadership vacuum and what that means going forward for the taxpayers and the operations of Pontiac. I know some of my council members have some motions they want to make, but is there a motion to suspend the rules in order to take up resolutions that aren't on the agenda? That was moved by Councilwoman Jones, seconded by Councilman Goodman. I'm sorry, moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman Jones, to suspend the rules, to take up resolutions that are not on the approved agenda. Any discussion on that motion to suspend the rules? All right, with that, Clerk Doyle, roll call on the motion to suspend the rules.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Mr. President, I have a motion.
Okay, that motion carries. So our rules are suspended. We will take on resolutions that aren't on the previously approved agenda. What is your motion, Councilwoman Rutherford?
Mr. President, I have a motion. I have a resolution that states, be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council expressed our strong concern at a lack of an updated bond rating for the city and asked for a written plan of action on how the regular accounting and accounts payable actions of the city will be corrected. It is in order for an updating bond rating to be obtained for the city.
That has been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Rutherford, seconded by Parker. That motion is before us. Any discussion on it? Hearing no discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution, and we can get that to you in writing. Okay. So is Hearing no further discussion, it's on expressing our strong concern at the lack of an updated bond rating for the city and asking for a written plan of action on how the regular accounting and accounts payable action of the city will be corrected in order for an updated bond rating to be obtained for the city. Roll call, Clerk Doyle on the resolution.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Are there other resolutions?
Mr. President, I'd like to make a resolution, please.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I have a motion. I move that resolution states, be it resolved, the City of Pontiac hereby requests for the administration to resume the online posting of weekly accounts payable check register to the city's website, which has ceased since June 2024.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Jones, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford. Any discussion? Okay, so that's requesting the resumption of online posting of weekly accounts payable or AP checks registered to the city's website, which stopped since June 2024. Hearing no discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle on adoption of that resolution.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James, Jones.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there more discussion or?
Mr. President, I have a motion.
Okay.
I move a resolution that states, the City of Pontiac calls for the administration to inform City Council of any and all executed city contracts, particularly those related to our city financial operations, and again requests for a regular updated system for tracking executed contracts.
Support.
That has been moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford. Is there any discussion? All right, so Councilman Goodman's motion is saying that council, as previously requested, we want to know the executed city contracts we shared earlier this evening, but also in the ARPA discussion. But before that, when the council votes, we want to know after that vote when it's put to bed and executed and live. This is also important based on what the deputy mayor has identified tonight about contracts of up to $500,000 for legal and accounting purposes. We need to know that since it's not coming even before us for a vote, and that's especially important in terms of the financial operations of the city. Is there any other discussion on this motion? Councilman Rutherford.
I do have a question. So in regards to if we wanted to find out, because I asked and put in writing about the request of all of the consultants that we're paying, like the $43,000 a month we're paying one particular group since May, and none of us knew about what they do, how they do. Are we able to ask further for them to show us those past contracts and all those consultants as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I welcome a motion that accomplishes that specifically, if that's
Okay.
a high priority one for you.
Okay.
But this is to make sure that we have a regular system. We're not saying exactly how the system needs to be.
Okay.
Interfacing with the administration, the clerk, who's the keeper of all executed contracts, and the council to make sure that we are all on one accord, we are all familiar, and so that way we can raise a spotlight or the concern if there's something really central functioning and it's not been executed yet. We got to know that because there might need to be some alternative decisions we make or other proposals that we consider to fill that gap, or just know that that work hasn't begun yet or the contract isn't finalized. Any further discussion? Thank you for your motion, Councilman Goodman. Roll call, Clerk Doyle. Hearing no further discussion on adoption of that resolution about the informing of any and all executed city contracts and requesting for a regular updated system for tracking executed contracts.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Yes, ma'am. What's your motion? Microphone. That's
Thank you. Be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council formally requests the accurate and timely completion of all city bank reconciliations in the calendar year for 2024 and a written update to the City Council on the process of the administration shall use to ensure the completion of all bank reconciliations and the written timeline for when it will be completed.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman Jones. Any discussion on the motion before us? Hearing none. Roll call, Clerk Doyle. This is requesting accurate and timely completion of all the city's bank reconciliations for this year and a written update provided to City Council on the process that will be used to make sure that happens and the written timeline for when it will be completed. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Is there further discussion or motions? You have Pro Tem, you have the floor.
Yes.
Microphone.
Mr. President, I have a motion. I move a resolution that states that be resolved that Pontiac City Council expresses our strong concern and new information provided by the city's departing finance director that payments owed by the city on services rendered and goods delivered are extensively delayed and calls for the administration to make timely payment for the city bills is a high priority.
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington and seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of the resolution expressing the concern about delayed payment of the city's bills due and making that a priority for resolution by the administration.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes. Point of information. Oh, sorry.
So state the vote, Clerk Doyle.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. A point of information, Councilwoman.
So when this is going, if this is vetoed, because people have a tendency to veto all of these things, what is going to be our course of action? Because I just want to remind us, I remember when we voted for Alexander Borngasser to get $6,000, and we had the votes, and then they vetoed it. Then we voted again, and then the administration refused to honor what we put forth. So what do we do when they veto it again? Because I had a strange feeling the veto button's going to come out.
There's specific processes and law in terms of the period of time in which a veto message can be delivered to council or a decision made once a council vote has happened. Once that, if a veto is made on any or all council legislation, the clerk informs us of when that happens. And then my usual approach would be to then schedule at the first possible opportunity a council meeting to ask the council, shall we override that veto? Okay. And then your next question is, veto, if it is legislation is passed, it is vetoed by the mayor as his authority. We can override it, which means that the legislation still stands, which is our authority and our prerogative. The question then becomes what tools or processes are available to compel or mandate that it happen. And there are limitations to us as a legislative body to be able to mandate or compel, but that becomes a more to the court of public opinion, the court of good government. At least if you're talking about in the terms of any of these requests for information or requests for prioritization or expressing our concern, that would certainly be a choice. And we'll communicate to that community what that choice was of the mayor, regardless of veto, regardless of disregard of the overridden veto. But the reality is the reality. If bills aren't paid, it is known in public record if bills aren't paid. If bank reconciliations aren't completed, that is known in public record. So that's where ultimately the test and the rubber meets the road is, are these improvements done? Are these changes implemented? And time will tell on that, regardless of whether a resolution is vetoed or not. That's what really matters, not the posturing, not the pronouncements, not the commentary of council members, the good government and protection of our taxpayer dollars. That's the ultimate test.
Okay, thank you.
Another question? Yes.
Actually, I would like to make one more motion.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I move a resolution that states Be it resolved, the Pontiac City Council requests for the administration to provide City Council with a written summary of the current status of the future Oakland County Sheriff contract renewal, an analysis of cost change implications, and a timeline for when it will come before City Council for adequate time for research, review, and deliberation before Council must vote on the proposal.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Jones, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford, making sure that council has information on what the cost impact is, but also, as you shared earlier this evening, we have a certain number of remaining council meetings before the year is done. Our understanding is that this contract expires not just for Pontiac, but for Rochester Hills and
13.
Independence Township, all these different municipalities, December 31st. So we need to make sure that council and the community has time to digest that, debate that, and then vote on that with ample time. Mayor Grimel, yes, sir.
Yeah, so we will certainly provide that. I do just want to take the opportunity to give council a verbal update now on that process, because how this has been done in the past and is being done this year, the county commission ultimately approves a contract with rates. That hasn't quite happened yet. They're scheduled to vote on that in 2 days on Thursday to have a final approval of their rate structure. And until that happens in the past and again this year, they have not formally reached out to any of their contract municipalities. And that's true not just for Pontiac, but it's true for others as well. And I've talked to some of the municipal leaders in the other communities about it. As this has moved through the committee process at the county, it's also changed. There's been some amendments around that rate structure. So there was an amendment last week. And I actually had information sent to our finance director. She's still working through the end of this week, asking her to do a financial analysis on this. And so she said that she would have that done by tomorrow, and we will get that to City Council. So just wanted to let folks know where this is, but typically this information never comes to any of the municipalities that contract with the Sheriff's Office until after the county commission has actually had a final vote on the approval of the rates. So we're trying to do that financial analysis before Thursday because there is an effort at the county to substantially increase rates for all contracting municipalities.
Okay, Councilwoman James.
Yes, I have a statement that I want to say, and I'd also like to propose a resolution. The statement is that, with all due respect, stating that the city is bringing on a finance company that will be responsible for managing the finance department does not begin to outline a plan for all the critical issues that are facing our city. I do agree with President McGinnis that we need an all-hands-on-deck plan. It's an emergency plan because we've got issues that have to be addressed, and they have to be addressed in a way that's inclusive, legislative, and administration. In the past, we have depended upon administration to do their part. And, we do ours. That is not working very well. So I think the emergency plan is that we really have to be more inclusive. It has to be a plan that includes both council leadership as well as administration. So my resolution is that—
Councilwoman Rutherford, or excuse me, Councilwoman James, we have a motion right now that we still have to vote on for the sheriff contract.
Oh,
and
I didn't realize
okay.
okay.
That's okay. Yep.
Okay.
There was a sidebar where the mayor was given some context. Any other debate on the motion about the sheriff contract renewal information request?
Oh, no.
Okay. Clerk Doyle, hearing no further discussion, that's asking a written summary of the current status, analysis of cost change implications, and a timeline for when it will come before City Council for research, review, deliberation before a vote. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Councilwoman James, you have the floor.
My resolution is
Oh, your microphone.
Pontiac City Council calls for the administration to name a finance special committee made up of the Raymond Consulting Group, the treasurer, and council leadership to develop a plan to fund the rec center or to address the critical financial concerns of the city, to include the development of a plan to fund the DPW facility, to fund a plan to fund the youth recreation center, a plan to apply for the bond rating, and other critical financial issues.
It's been moved by Councilwoman James, seconded by Councilwoman
Rutherford.
Okay. That motion is before us. Councilwoman James set the stage for it, but was there anything further you wanted to speak to?
It's critical at this point that both our departments are working together to accomplish these tasks. That they can't be left in the hands of the administration. The administration has to agree to come together so that we can move these things forward as quickly as possible. So I don't know what their reaction to it is. I would invite them to comment, but we can't continue the way that we have done, waiting on them to do what the expectation is. They're the administration. Their responsibility is to run the city. Ours is to legislate. But we are not seeing the administrative part being done. So I think that we have got to be able to come together and work together to try to get this administrative part online, because we have got to see plans put together for these critical financial issues. And I'm not comfortable leaving it in the hands of administration anymore. I think the only way that we're going to make it work is that it has to include council leadership so that we're working together to solve these problems.
Councilwoman Rutherford?
I just want to say that's probably one of the best resolutions I've ever heard. Councilwoman James, I know that's not something that you easily had to do, but you always try to be above board. When right is right, is wrong, wrong. So I want to just publicly thank you for having the gumption to actually say what everybody else been feeling. I thank you for that. I wanted to just tell you that. That's all.
Further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution proposed by Councilwoman James.
James.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Absolutely, yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries.
President, I have a motion.
Okay, you have the floor.
I'd like to make a motion that states the Pontiac City Council requests that the administration provide City Council with a written statement on the current status of the future Waterford Regional Fire Department contract renewal, an analysis of cost changes, implications, and a timeline for when it will come before the City Council for adequate time for research, review, and deliberation before Council must vote on the proposal.
It's been moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford. Is there any further, or is there any discussion? Mayor Grimley, yes, sir.
Yeah, so just a quick verbal update that does not take the place of something more formal, obviously, but I want to take the opportunity to provide a more a quick update, which is that we've been waiting for some time for a proposal from Waterford Fire Department. We got word last week, I believe it was, that they are now proposing an extension of the existing contract for 6 months, and we anticipate bringing that before City Council on December 3rd.
December 3rd. Okay. All right. Well, we'll look for, if this resolution passes, we'll look for some of the documentation and analysis that's been requested. Thank you for flagging that. Any further discussion on this motion before us on the Waterford Regional Fire Department contract renewal? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Do other council members have any, Councilman Parker? Yes, sir.
Mr. President, I have a motion.
Microphone?
Sorry.
That's okay.
Mr. President, I have a motion. I move that be resolved that the Pontiac City Council calls for the administration to provide City Council with a written summary of the existing and previous challenges with the district court cash flow processes and for a written action plan on how and when these deficiencies will be corrected.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Goodman. This motion is before us, and first I'll say, you losing your throat? You losing your voice?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well,
I
thank you.
lost it. It came back, and now I'm losing it again.
Okay, well, thank you for the hours that you've put in here. Any further discussion on the motion before us?
I do have a question.
Yes.
So, in the event that this isn't done in a timely fashion, what do we anticipate dealing with the major issue that's going on at the district court? Like, what are we gonna do?
Well, I think it involves us getting more information on what's the scope of the situation. And so the motion that just was adopted that Councilman James made in terms of action strike force team that can delve into these matters, all of these resolutions will be followed up with that team to know where it stands.
Okay.
Because it was flagged in Finance and Personnel as a major concern, but we still need to know more about the extent, the dollar amount. It could be somewhat limited and contained. We want to know more before we prescribe solutions. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on calling for the administration to provide City Council with a written summary of the existing and previous challenges with district court cash flow processes and for a written action plan on how and when these deficiencies will be corrected.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there any other discussion or resolutions about Finance Department reorganization?
I have.
You wanted to make one about the Freyer Group? You were asking specifically
Yes,
about that?
about the fire group, and then I have one more after that, but okay. I have a motion.
Okay, feel free.
Resolve, the Pontiac City Council calls for the administration to provide the City Council with a copy of the executed contract with the fire group and to provide written summary of the services rendered to the City of Pontiac and a written accounting of the cumulative total of the monthly payments of $43,000 a month that's been paid since May that has been rendered by the city to the fire group.
And is that F-R-E-Y-E-R?
That is correct.
A-Y? Okay, so the deputy mayor is flagging it's F-R-A-Y-E-R. So if I've got this down right, motion calling for the administration to provide City Council a copy of the executed contract with the Freyer Group and to provide a written summary of the services rendered to the City of Pontiac and a written accounting of the cumulative total of monthly payments of $43,000 per month that have been rendered by this, rendered by the city, I got that down, to the Freyer Group. That was moved by Councilwoman Rutherford. Is there a second?
Support.
It's moved by Rutherford, seconded by Parker. Any discussion on the motion? You spoke to it earlier.
I'm trying to understand how we are paying this group along with several other consultants, but especially this one for $43,000 a month, and I never even knew what this group does. And prior to, in addition to you talking to the director, I talked to her also, and she has no clue what they do either. She did say that they would be willing to cancel the contract, but we paid them over $258,000 thus far, because that's 43 times 6, and I can add. So I'm just really concerned with what we pay for and what they do.
What's that? So that'll be, if this resolution is adopted, we'll be able to get some more information to all of council on where that stands. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
All right, that motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Pro Tem, you've got a resolution?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay.
I move a resolution that states that be resolved, the Pontiac City Council reiterates our previously adopted resolution expressing strong alarm about the city's continued leadership vacuum with the Finance Department and crucial financial operations.
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, and it's been seconded. I shared earlier that we had adopted that resolution earlier this year. This is underscoring and reiterating that remains our strong alarm. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Point of information about, I had asked earlier about getting a list of all the consultants we're currently paying from the administration.
Well, our motion that was made about, Councilman Goodman said about any and all executed city contracts, particularly those related to our city's financial operations. So that motion should do it. That gives us the green light to pursue that in documentation. But
and the reason why I'm asking this is because I'm extremely confused by who we paying and what they do. And if a contract is of a certain amount, as they have so clearly stated, we never get to see what we paying them for and what we're getting for the bang for our buck. So I just want to make sure we reiterate that. So if you saying it cover it, I'm cool. But if it don't, I'll bring
But
it.
we can highlight it if we need to take action at the next council meeting if that information still hasn't come.
And the other thing is, I guess this is a question, it's a finance question. So I was told today that we currently owe HSR, so I hope I'm saying that right.
HRC.
$600,000 in addition to the $280,000 that is owed, and then another $80,000. And so I'm asking you to ask the administration, what's the timeline on them getting paid?
So if that's Hubble, Roth, and Clark, you don't have to have that answer tonight, but we can follow up to find out their status. Thank you for flagging that.
No worries.
Let me make a note of that. Okay, we still are on the discussion of status update on next steps for city's finance department reorganization. Our resolutions speak collectively for the council, but there any final discussion on that topic? Okay. Hearing none, we are at communications. The main item I want to flag is that the next city council meeting is scheduled not for next week, and we wish you all a very happy, safe, and restful Thanksgiving, but on Tuesday, December 3rd, 6 p.m. here in the council chambers. That's the primary communication we want to make sure you know about. And we now go to closing comments, and those can give final communications beyond just comments, but Mayor Grimal, you have the floor.
Well, just in terms of a brief communication, further reminder that tomorrow night we have another opportunity for the community to weigh in regarding the master plan update. And so we have tomorrow night, Wednesday, November 20th, from 6 to 8 p.m., a meeting at the Bowen Center. We want as much public participation in the process of updating the master plan as possible. I really also, and more importantly beyond that, just want to say that we share the concerns, frustration, and deep disappointment of our new finance director leaving in short order. We continue to believe that working collaboratively with City Council is the key. We welcome the opportunity to continue to do that. And we appreciate the concern that's formally expressed in the form of a variety of resolutions from City Council. But again, we believe in the city, we believe in collaboration with City Council, and we believe that we will get through this difficult period in terms of the management of the finance department. Our fundamental finances are in good shape. We've been adding to the fund balance. We have a healthy fund balance. We are not at risk of going back into receivership or anything like that. But we understand the need for stable leadership in the finance department, and we are committed to making sure that happens.
Deputy Mayor, no closing comments? Clerk Doyle, you have the floor.
No comments, Mr. President.
Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. Prior to becoming a councilman, I sit at these meetings for about 7 years, about right there every Tuesday listening to what was going on. And one of the things I said I would not do is mirror that behavior. When I ran on collaboration, teamwork, communication, respect, with the undergirding of integrity. A lot of times I've bitten my lip and kept quiet in public because it did not deserve to be, as I've often been told in my life, you don't air your dirty laundry before the public. But it's becoming increasingly clear, however, that sometimes, as I often say, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. But also I'm well aware that an empty wagon makes a lot of noise. And so I've tried to balance that between being an empty wagon and a squeaky wheel. But as I sit each Tuesday and listen to some of the stuff that's going on, I know that there is just something that's not right. And I pray that we can right the ship before the ship rights us. Teamwork, collaboration, respect, communication, and integrity. If we all would honor those requirements, we can move this city forward. It's when respect goes out the window and integrity and trust can be questioned that teamwork and collaboration falter. And you start doubting each and everything that's presented at each and every meeting, at each and every time, at each and every conversation. And I'm sure that's not where we want it to be as a council. And I'm sure that's not where we want it to be as a city. And so I think what we've done tonight is issue a clarion call to everybody to wake up, because if not, I believe Dr. King put it more succinctly when he says, we will either work together as brothers or we will perish together as fools. I pray that I don't end up looking like a fool in this season. And with that, I say have a good evening, Pontiac, and be blessed.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford.
I've been working on this letter all week. Because my mama say when you write stuff down, Melanie, you're clear and people understand you. So I wrote a letter today. Finally got the end version of it, and I wrote it to the mayor. And so I'm going to read it to you. And it says, Dear Mayor Timothy Albert Grimal, I write this letter to beg you to stop gaslighting, to stop spreading misinformation, and to say the one thing I have never heard you say. I need help, and will this council help me? For 3 years, you guys have been on the most successful PR movement I've ever seen. And I know PR. You go to every picnic, you go to every ribbon cutting, but you forgot about one thing that matters to this city, and that is doing your job. See, PR can't make you work your way through this. Gaslighting can't make you work your way through this. Calling community leaders and pastors and having them call individual council members cannot help you work through this. Yelling and screaming and being disrespectful to your staff cannot help you go through this. This letter is not to air you out, but to give you a fair warning that at the end of the day, you are the mayor to everybody in the citizens of Pontiac, even the ones you don't agree with. You have a calling and a responsibility. When you came from Urban Hills, you have a responsibility to the citizens. And the question is very clear. Are you doing the best you can do? Only you and God know that answer. What I do know is that this council has went above and beyond to not be aggressive, even though there are moments when I wanted them to be aggressive. There's been times where division and divisiveness has kept this council from moving forward. But you are the captain of this ship. And like it or not, you are here to do the city's business. So I write this not just as someone you have to work with, but as someone who actually voted for you. I need you to get beyond your stubbornness, your fear of making a mistake, your fear of saying the wrong things to the wrong group of individuals, and do the thing that you set out to do, which is to unite the citizens and the people of Pontiac. If you did this, you wouldn't have resistance, you would have love, the very love that you've been desiring since you got in that seat. I am a product of this city. I was born and raised here, and never have I ever said this publicly. I am willing to put my guard down just to let you work and make it happen, but I cannot continue to let you pass the buck as if we're not trying to work with you. So as my mayor and somebody I once called my friend, I am begging you to do your job. Just do your job. On another note, December the 14th, we're having our District 1 celebration. I'm so excited to be there. I ask that you pray for this city and you pray for this leadership, that we humble ourselves on both sides and get beyond trying to look good and do good. God bless you and good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman James, District 4.
These are closing comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just want to say one comment that was made, about our council, and I do share what Pastor Parker has said, that we came to this office, with the determination to maintain a level of respect toward each other and toward the administration. Someone said, well, we don't want to go back into receivership. But I remember, one benefit of being older is I well remember when that took place. I attended those meetings, and I can tell you that it was not because we were bankrupt, but it was because we would not work together. If anybody was here and attended those meetings where you had a mayor and you had a council who they had a job. We had a Democratic governor, Governor Grantham, and all they had to do was balance the budget. They had to make cuts in that budget to be able to balance it, and they could not, would not do that. That is what caused that the then Democratic governor to put this city into receivership. So when I came on board, given the experience with the previous council and the division between that council and mayor, I definitely came with the commitment that we needed a change. We needed to have a council and an administration fully committed to working together to move this city forward. And we've worked very hard to do that. It's unfortunate that we are where we are today, but I think we still have the responsibility. We're still here, and we are facing humongous problems, but we have a responsibility to solve them. That's why people put us in office. We have a responsibility to solve problems, not just complain and talk about them. So with that in mind, I just wanted to clarify that no, the city's not insolvent. We did not go into financial management because we were going bankrupt. That was Detroit. We went into financial management because of a totally dysfunctional city government. And we don't want to see that again. We are all committed. I know I am. We are committed to being able to work together. If we work together, we can solve these problems. But it's going to take the administration has the responsibility. It's there. They are going to have to invite council in to work with them to get these plans in place. And it really, if that doesn't happen, I don't know what other steps we can take beyond just no confidence. because there's no other route for us. We either work together and solve the problems, or we just admit failure as a council and as an administration. And I, for one, somebody said that we can't be optimistic, but I am optimistic. I do believe that it takes vision to make anything really happen. It takes vision and it takes optimism. You have to believe. You know, it's a little book that said the little engine that could. You have to believe you can. And I do believe that we can. I don't care what we're facing. You know, the Bible says I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me, and I believe that. I don't believe there's any problem that can come against me that with Christ I can't face. And I think the same thing is possible for the city, but we are going to have to get on board. We are going to have to act like we're in trouble, and we've got to work our way through it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jones, closing comments?
Yes, thank you. We have gone through a lot of information tonight, and yet we still don't know when the retirees will get their money, when we will have a suitable DPW facility, when the home repair program will be fully executed, and who was awarded from the chore program, and has that been executed? However, I'm going to leave that alone for tonight. We're going to leave that there. We'll revisit that December 3rd. My three primary passions are beautification, safety, and engagement in the city of Pontiac. And with that being said, District 2, we have 2 events coming up in December. We have a Holiday Glow Showdown where you are welcome to decorate your home's exterior, take a picture, and submit it to me for nomination. There will be 3 winners. I will not be a judge, nor am I participating, even if you see decorations outside my home. There will be a judge panel. They will use a score sheet, which will be visible to the public once it's finalized. And the average of those scores will determine the top 3 winners. The nominations period runs from November 29th to December 13th. And winners will be announced briefly at the December 17th council meeting, because I know that we have other things that are pressing to talk about, but I will briefly announce those winners, and I will come and deliver your prize to you over the holiday break. In addition to that, we are also having a Winter Wheels workshop. This is a giveaway while supplies last for items that will help you navigate through the upcoming winter conditions to help keep you and other commuters safe and to enhance your preparedness for what may come ahead in these Arctic temperatures. That giveaway is on December 14th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Oakland Point, which is on Telegraph, and I'm sure most of you know where that is. Google will tell you if you don't. So again, the giveaway is while supplies last. These are 2 small projects for 2024. This is my first 3-4 months on council, and this is my, coming out project. However, our District 2 meeting, which is Monday, November 25th, 7 p.m. at Goldner Walsh. At our District 2 meeting, I will be prepared to discuss potential ideas for 2025, all of which I believe, or I would hope, would be guaranteed towards beautification. That will conclude my closing comments. So look for the flyers. The one for the holiday decoration contest is already floating around. The one for the products giveaway will be finalized within the next couple of days, and I encourage you to spread the word. Thank you all for your time tonight, and I'm glad I could end this on a positive note.
Thank you. District 6, Pro Tem Carrington.
Thank you, President McGinnis. First and foremost, I want to thank everybody for coming out to the meeting today, as well as those that are watching online. Just want to say something very quick, is that I don't want to see this council or administration break down. I want to see us break through, meaning we have a lot of things on the table that we got to get done by the end of our terms. I am saddened concerning the rec center, something that I wholeheartedly believe in, that this community deserves. And I'm hoping that we can come to a better resolution concerning the rec center. I definitely thought it was really pushing the envelope to build something at $40 million. But I did have that hope and belief that Councilwoman James had on this particular issue. But to say we're not building anything, I think that's a tragedy as well. So I'm really hoping that when myself and President McGinnis and the administration sits down, that we start looking at these finances real thoroughly and try to see how we can come up with a path to build just that. So District 6, district meeting is this Thursday at 6 o'clock to 7:30. It's our last meeting of the year. Please come out. We're going to have giveaways. We're going to talk about some of the things going on in the city, as you see tonight, some of the prevailing issues, as well as where do you want to see the 6th district finish out when it comes to community projects next year. Thank you for all the calls concerning the neighborhood signs that's going into neighborhoods. I really appreciate the feedback from those signs. It took me a couple of years to get it done, so things do move slow, but that was one of the things I wanted to do when I first came into office, and I finally got it done. So I appreciate people being patient and letting the process take shape. And good night.
Thank you very much. It's been a very long meeting, so I don't want to belabor it further, but I do want to say that we are the city of Pontiac, Michigan. We are very resilient, very resourceful, very scrappy. We have been through bigger, tougher challenges. This city, the citizens, and the council are up for the challenge to keep making progress. But we do also have to be candid and direct and clearly blunt to make sure that we don't slow down the progress. The citizens deserve it. The citizens expect it. And so this city council will keep doing our legislative part to try and deliver those results that they so very much deserve, expect, and need. So hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle, is there a motion? How about we do that? Yeah, we need to move it. Anyone want to move?
Support. I don't know.
Move, support.
I think Jones moved.
So moved.
Carrington seconded. Thank you so much for so many hours invested. We tackled a lot of very time-sensitive matters tonight. Hearing no discussion, roll call on adjournment. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
No.
Okay.
I'm just playing, yeah.
Councilman Rutherford is legally required to stay until midnight.
No, sir.
That
6
motion
days.
carries. We stand adjourned at 11:09 p.m. Please be safe and happy Thanksgiving season to all of Pontiac's families.